Disclaimer: the information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GANs processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
This is what you see is what is to come. It's the first time you see the Space Center Wellness Center. These systems can reach man in the deepest part of the universe. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul and the physicality is within the system. And you will see each system on its own. It can reach all conditions of unwellness of the body of the man operated by doctors. It is part of the space program. And for the first time we show what is to come. And these machines have been operating for past 12 months. We know how they work. And some of you who've been to LINS sat in some of these systems. Now they've been positioned as one of the first wellness centers in the world. Now you see the future of wellness, feeding and making peaceful man out of the man. In this center in coming months, hundreds of these units will be installed. And more or less anyone in the world can reach. As you can see, there is room enough to add huge number, and the doctors will monitor everything remote. This is more or less the hospitals of tomorrow with no patients.
And welcome everyone to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for July 28th, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Skoric, and along with each and every other knowledge seeker who's here in the dimension of physicality or in the dimension of energy. Well, we've seen a wellness system for the first time, and we're about to see the Oasis system. Something Mr. Keshe talked about or demonstrated in a way probably over 20 years ago. And now what's coming up in Iran, what's coming up on the YouTube channel is the start of the production of the system. Again, a system for shelter, a system for food, system for transmutation, wellness, energy. But we're in the very early stages. So again, welcome each and every one of you. We're going to be covering the 548th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. Again, just scratching the surface in a few parts. We ask you to join us and interact as early and often as you can. We all have knowledge others don't have, and others have knowledge we don't have. So this is a roundtable meeting. We're all equal in this platform, as will be when we go into space. As Mr. Keshe said, we're taking humanity into space as equals, but yet there's still more to learn and more to mature in. Before we go anywhere, we are going to read the World Peace Treaty, and that's part of this whole idea of becoming a peaceful entity within yourself, within your community, within the universe, and to walk away from this killing more or less. And I think the foundation and the technologies that we're finding available make this process much easier. But we have to decide to make that decision. And I know he said we've come here to enjoy the physicality of this planet, the great food, the good wine, beautiful women, and the rest of this. But at the same time, we need to stop taking others' energies and converting them to our own energies to sustain ourselves. I think we can do both in space and on this planet to walk away from the killing. And this is part of the, in a way, prerequisites to be a passenger of the universe. So again, it's for each and all of us to find that within your own system. Only you can control the energies and what you need to tap into. In a way, we're all similar, but yet we're uniquely different. So it's up to you to apply this, as he said, to investigate and understand this knowledge for yourself. And one of the obvious primary objectives is to bring ourselves into a permanent peaceful condition on this planet and across the universe. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? This is a document you can find on the Keshe Foundation website. You can hand it out. You can sign it with a pen, or if you're in the energy dimension, you can sign it with the pen of your soul. And again, we're learning about these two dimensions, matter state and energy state. And of course, the matter state is just an illusion because it's created in a way of temporary energies that come from the universe, are manifested in the matter state, and then return to energies. Okay, the World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, except to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war, or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or souls. Simply put your name and signature. It's quite self-explanatory. Again, on behalf of the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. After signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider or wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And yes, that others can see your ethos to men and mankind. And of course, that's matter state. They can also, in a way, feel you and a lot of your energies. And this is what we're starting to understand about using our own reactors to change conditions, to change environments. Maybe if we get enough on board, even changing the environment with the plasmatic gas we release with good intentions, good thoughts, and good actions. So this is all part of the peace process. This is the exact document. I believe the world leaders, religious leaders, and perhaps even scientists will sign in the coming weeks and days and months and years. But we do have to go through this process step by step. I don't think it can be in a way, foisted on this planet all at once. But Mr. Keshe is saying this technology is not going to be exclusive of one nation. Apparently, it's going to be shared with all the nations that want to work for peace and use their energies and their economies in a way for peaceful purposes. So this is the peace treaty. You can share it. You can share it by your example and explain more. You can see in this time and age of this planet, it's quite sorely needed when we see so many conflicts, wars, genocides, and even Holocausts going on in this planet. But this has been the condition of mankind, as we hear in the teachings in the last 3,000 years. There's been 5,000 wars on this planet. So even sharing the advanced technology, unless our souls are elevated within 1 or 2 generations, will go and revert right back to the killing and eating each other. So that's why the soul elevation is so important. And as Mr. Keshe said, all the systems that the Keshe Foundation produces, whether it's a gas unit or whether it's a GANS, are all meant for the elevation of the soul of the man and every other inhabitant on this planet. Anyone want to make any comments? You can find this. You don't have to go on the Keshe Foundation. I know I was using a search engine recently, and it sure came up right away. Keshe Foundation World or Keshe World Peace Treaty. So you can find it anywhere, or give someone the links to find it for themselves and to explore it. And again, it's the work within yourself and understanding your whole structure is what the teachings have been about. And as we know, we use the matter state of the teachings to reach the level of understanding of the soul of the man. Okay, thank you all for listening. Now, what did I have planned for today? We've done the World Peace Treaty. Let's go into the Keshe Foundation store. A lot of exciting things happening within the store. As we heard last week, there are 3 new products released, and if we can find those, this is sort of a new material, fairly inexpensive, and I thought we'd perhaps order one of each of these, and perhaps we can share them with someone. I was thinking I don't really need the cycle GANs, and if we have it, I'm looking for someone who'd be willing, and we can provide that to them, maybe a young person or maybe someone a little older that would like to run this as a test. I mean, serious, not to say you want it and then put it on the shelf, and we can provide that through the Keshe American Knowledge Team. And the condition would be that you write a 1-page synopsis or 2-page of what you noticed within yourself. And of course, this is a test for the Keshe Foundation. This is not the exact one I'm talking about right here. This is a different one, but there are, let's just go down here. Okay, this is the cycle GANs, and this is for the menstrual cycle, pain, cramps, probably, and sort of headaches that many women get in a debilitating condition. So we'd be willing, and it's very simple. I think you wash the back of your head and your face with this water, and apparently it brings balance into that condition. So we're going to order one of each of these products. I'm going to try the eye GANs myself and see if we can drop the glasses, but this will be offered to somebody who's a knowledge seeker, but maybe their daughter or their niece. Again, this would only be within the United States. I don't want to have to ship anything internationally in a way, but this is what I'm looking for. So we're going to bring a few of these products in, and we're going to give one of these away. And I was thinking it would be the cycle GANs. And I'd like to go to the high school locally, but I don't think the nurses or the medical staff may approve this, but I'm sure there's many that even have to miss school because of this sort of condition. So that's one of the new products, and the other one apparently is for burns, and this is just something that comes up in the store. He's calling it the heat GANs, which I believe you can also use if you're burned. You can, again, I don't know the full range or the application of it. If we click on it, we don't really see anything, but again, these products, you're getting two for €49, it looks like, and this is for relief of pain in a burn condition, and there's probably more to it. I know there's more to it because he talked about using these products somehow in the transmutation. This is just a little box that seems to come up. And then, of course, the last one is what they're calling the Twinity Sight GANs. He said it's not really a GANs, but it looks like a GANs, but it has different properties and it performs differently. So this would be another product we'll bring in, but I think I'm going to test this one myself. And then hopefully we'll have a few testimonials for the testimonial meeting, and then you can share it with others. But share the where you can get it. Mr. Keshe said these are single-use products as they lock into the field of, in a way, one brain or one body. So these are not to be shared, even though you can't really see an objection in our understanding of sharing these with the others. But Mr. Keshe is saying these are all single-use products. He said once you touch them, they're linked to you. And I imagine if you did share them, whatever energies, again, I don't understand it because somebody said, you know, you're just sharing the water, but somehow that water is connected to the, in your container, is probably connected to the water you're giving, and therefore you may absorb energies from someone else's structure, perhaps. So the advice is to single use, keep it to one person at one time, as the GANs has this life and this intelligence, and it links into one structure. So rather than mixing the energies of two or emotions of two different individuals, or three if you're thinking of sharing it, even though it may work, there is some sort of drawback, and they're asking you not to do it. Of course, we see how well the knowledge seekers listen. We heard about the ones tapping into the Gaza feeding system again. So, but this is the advice from the Keshe Foundation. And what else do we have in the store? Well, we have the transmutation sessions, which are coming up. Okay, I see someone's just come in, and I need to make them a co-host. Let's just see. Here she is. Okay. And we appreciate all the help of all the co-hosts. So the transmutation sessions are, let's see if we can just find that. Did I pass it? Okay. So these sessions are basically to begin the process of a full transmutation. And little things are being added month by month if you've been in these sessions, and you're also helping to keep Keshe Foundation free for humanity. That's the biggest part, for the scientific team to learn, for the doctors to learn about these energies and how they work, and if the system needs any adjustment. But also I think little switches are going on in the background, and you may receive a gift in a way. And this is what we heard from one of the knowledge seekers, that after the last transmutation test, she indicated, she said, my fingers have changed shape. And of course, in the last teaching, in the, I think it was the 547, it might have been the 546, we see the bent thumb and the bent fingers have different emotional the emotions are actually creating some of these conditions in a way. So I thought we'd start out by just playing what Anne said, Anne Marie, after the last session. And this was amazing because she also reported that when she was in Sanya, and I've met her, that she used the GANs that you can find here. It's actually a mask in a way that you would put around for straightening the jaw or the teeth, but she said after one of the sessions in Sanya that her jaw, which had been out of alignment, that the dentist had taken some x-rays of, was actually, somehow she went and lay down in the room or whatever, and when she woke up, or maybe it was that night and overnight, the position of the jaw changed. In other words, I don't know what they call that, the misaligned jaw, TMJ, something along that line. Where's our in-house dentist? But she had reported, and this was a few months ago in the testimonial meeting, and now she's reporting that the shape of the fingers have changed. But let's hear Mr. Keshe comment on this beautiful question that was posed by Anne Marie. So this was again from the 548, and it starts at about 1:23. Hopefully the sound is adequate. If not, let me know.
Any other question?
Yes, thank you. In the webinar chat in German, we have a question from Anne Marie, who says, "Hello, Mr. Keshe. After the last transmutation session, my fingers changed shape. The fingers are much straighter now, no longer bent over. Thank you very much."
I hope you're not going through any pain. These kind of changes sometimes comes because the body has taken a shape in a certain way, and what do you call it? Changes. If it comes through the soul, it'll be painless. If it comes through physicality, you'll suffer. If you have no pain, it means the correction is done by the soul. As simple as that. You got to understand. I've explained this many, many times before. If you have an arm which has not moved for a month, and you want to move it, it will take a lot of physiotherapy, a lot of movement gradually to get to where it is, or where it was. But when you see we do things like with Naomi, lying in a bed for a month without any movement, which you lie somewhere for a week, the nerves cut, and you can get a leg moved, arm moved. You understand? It's the soul which is moving it, not the physicality, not the neural system. And once you understand this difference, then you see the change comes without the pain, comes through the soul. The change comes through the physical dimension, always carries, because physicality has to handle the changes. When you're bent for 10 years, 90 degrees, if you stand today, you break your back, you damage your leg, you damage everything else, and second, it cannot be done. But people who use our technology do. And this is the amazing thing about it, because the change comes through the soul. The water is just illusion. And we've seen this many, many times. And I cannot get people and the scientists and the doctors to understand. You have somebody bent for, we see a lot with the old age people, especially women. After the age of 70, 80, many of them, due to accident or whatever, walk bent forward. Some of them up to 80, 90 degrees bent. And when we use the technology, within a week, they walk upright. It's impossible. That cannot be done in the world of science of today. Physiotherapy and everything else which goes with it, let alone some clear water bringing such a, because when you elevate the soul, when the desire of the soul is to reach physical dimension, you feel no pain because it's already looked after. Then you understand how and the way these things are done, and how working through the soul for changing the structure of man is much easier than actually putting man through a lot of other things. We see that many, many times. Any other question?
Okay, so your help keeping the Keshe Foundation free, but at times people are getting little gifts. I know Mr. Keshe mentioned that in the past with the plasmatic water we noticed and the feeding, which has been reduced. So you can not only keep the Keshe Foundation free by volunteering, and you pay to volunteer for these sessions, but you may receive a little gift of something that's been nagging you or paining you, as we just heard from Anne Marie. So thank you, Anne Marie, for sharing all that. That's the second time I've heard a change from you in the physicality that was quite noticeable. And this can happen to all of us. And I think it is happening in a way. Some of these things we're not quite fully seeing at this point in time. As he said, sometimes these energies take up to 28 days or longer to settle into, for the body to accept the changes or the energies that's been introduced. Any comments? Of course, I wanted to cover the Iran conference that's coming up. And what Mr. Keshe said in the workshop about the YouTube channel is, in a way, it's a building up to this conference. Apparently when the conference starts, but this is a conference which is going to go on from the 14th of November and return the 28th of November. And it says departure from Vienna, so you would meet at this location. And this is where some of the, as he said, advanced technology, this, in a way, what he's calling the Oasis system. And of course, that has the craft and the wellness and the feeding and so many other things within the system. But this is what the YouTube channel is leading up to. So you can join the foundation in Iran. The fee is 7,500 euro. And of course, there's 2 weeks of this. First will be spent with Mr. Keshe and the Knowledge Seekers, as I understand it. And the second week, you'll be allowed with some guides from knowledge seekers that live in Iran or are coming back to Iran to take you on any sort of tours or excursions you'd like to see the beauty of the country and enjoy some of its foods and other sites that you may see, like Persepolis. I know that's fairly close to Isfahan, where the conference will be held. So there will be many reasons, many opportunities for you to learn more and explore more and have interactions with the people and the environment there in Iran. The second week will, for Mr. Keshe and militaries, governments, diplomats, perhaps scientists, will have a separate meeting, as I understand it, where they will show even more in depth some of the things that are just reserved for, let's say, executives or presidents or people that are very specialized or are wanting to learn more. This second meeting, I don't believe, will be open to the knowledge seekers. But the first meeting is, and you'll see some of the technology, as he said, demonstrated here, where they're coming in with the briefcase and opening the briefcase and the rest of this. But we can go to, after the break in the workshop, and let's see if we can just bring up where Mr. Keshe explains this a little bit more. I think we're at about 53 minutes. So we're going to go back and hear a little bit more about this gift that Mr. Keshe is giving to humanity, which is this, this YouTube channel. And also how it's building up to the Iranian conference, what they'll be seeing. And this is for the scientific community and to share knowledge, more or less, about people that are a little bit reluctant to deliver it, but it's for us as well to watch this reduction in weight on these systems, and you'll be seeing lift and motion, I believe. But let's go to the second part, and I need to adjust this as well, the audio. And we thank the creators of the transcripts and the rest of it. Okay, I'm just trying to get back here. Let's see if this is the right spot.
Questions after he does whatever he would like to do first. And Mr. Keshe, are you there? How would you like to begin?
Thank you very much. First of all, we would like to bring you a news, which is very important for us and for the future of the Keshe Foundation. As you remember, when I mentioned in the first part, in 2014, 2015, when we set out to show the production or creation of 129 Tesla, we broke the taboo of technology to be exclusivity and for a few to see and then claim. We put the meter, as some of you still see, and many of you monitored it round the clock, see its operation. We did not go in to show what we can do. We went in to show what the science and technology has achieved. And our pattern of work has been that we have put blueprints of one way or another to show breaking through technology. We now go through a phase, as of hopefully next few days, that a combination of the Sensano and blueprints come together. Our team of scientists have worked and we have achieved a major breakthrough in where in the Sensano we showed the what we call the 129 step by step over a month or two as gradually the system built up. The knowledge and technology has reached is more or less its ultimate goal.
Everyone familiar with this 129 Tesla, as they were saying here? And this is some sort of magnetic flux in a way. I was looking up yesterday about what 1 Tesla is, and apparently it's equal to 10,000 Gauss, which is another electrical term, but it has to do with the density of the magnetic flux, perhaps the heartbeat or something along that line. But they created this 129 Tesla again over a month or two, and the system built up, and that's what you'll see on the YouTube. Anyone want to explain anything more about 129 Tesla, or just Tesla in, I don't mean the inventor or the car company, but what this term has come to mean, this magnetic flux? I think it's in, could it be the giving and taking, the heartbeat? But that's what you have. 1 Tesla is a type of a magnetic flux.
Yes, I meant to ask that. Is that a unit of measurement, like joules?
Yes. 1 Tesla, if you look it up, you'll see it equals 10,000 Gauss. I think it's Gauss is another inventor, but it has to do with the magnetic flux of a field. And again, we know fields can be in the matter state or in the plasma state. Anyone want to add anything to this?
So, Mark,
Yes.
if I just may add a few components here, the Tesla is the balance of the field force that allows us to sit on the floor as opposed to on the ceiling. So that becomes the natural balance point of our anchorage on the surface of this planet. And so 129 is the extreme opposite. And at the time of the discovery, it was done without any harm, and it was done very effectively, very cheaply, and it was a confirmation of the technology. So a lot of people refer to this as as some kind of form of anti-gravity, which is not really a proper description. The point being is that there was a loss of density with respect to the Earth, but without the loss of mass. That's just a brief explanation.
And this creates a type of lift?
Yes, definitely. It's a type of lift. But you know, okay, so just to understand, our gravity is dependent on the Earth's density, and so the transference of that dependency becomes part of the self-containment. So the self-containment maintains its own gravitational position, and we were still able to retain our position within the sphere of the Earth's magnetosphere. So we would be able to maintain our gravitational stability within a containment field without leaving the gravitational stability of the Earth's containment field. Very simple explanation. I hope it's understood.
Okay, thank you, Alex. I thought we'd just add to the knowledge. Anyone else have a Tesla understanding here? I know they just used was it just a 12-volt battery to start with? And I believe it was the government that spends millions or billions to create such a thing, where, as Mr. Keshe usually does, shows it quite inexpensive and at a much more powerful field. Okay, we continue on. I just thought we'd stop there briefly.
We have set out, and it will be announced in the next few days, a YouTube channel exclusively for promotion of the new technology in space travel and space dimension, where you can, on hourly basis, daily basis, monitor how and what we put up and what can be seen. The ultimate goal in science and technology has been the conversion of energy into matter and conversion of the matter energy to lift and motion. We have managed and we have constructed the system that, as I said, will be shown in totality in Iran, where we bring you a suitcase. We open a suitcase and we set up the scene for the suitcase to build its own dimension of physical interaction, or what you call the UFO, the spacecraft, the ship. We are testing, and we have started testing of the system. And we put certain aspects of this system on the YouTube that you can monitor. Initially, some of you saw this. We showed it in the conference in London, the ambassadorial conference in London. Some of you who attended, you saw the scale moving. Now we have brought the system into a position that we build fields in a system which creates its own structure, and then in a way it builds its own dimension, and then it has a dimension of creation of its own center of control, like its soul, that will create and allows an establishment, the transmutation at the same time as the transfer. This system has gone under construction, and it has started, the test has started. The last final tuning on it is getting done. And in next few hours, next few days, we'll post regularly certain aspect of this system. You will most probably be live seeing the measurements, the way we show. We will not show the system. The system will be kept to be shown in Iran. But
Okay, so what they're doing is they're not showing you the actual system that's causing the weight loss, but they're showing you what it's connected to, in a way, the entity that's losing the weight, unless it's all built within the same system, but they're not going to show you, they're showing you the results. So you're being brought into a laboratory, and probably the most advanced laboratory on this planet, to see the results of what's happening. We know the scientists don't understand this. The world leading scientists don't understand this. But they're going to allow you, he's not saying we're going to teach how to do it, but they're going to show what they're doing in the laboratory. So you're going to be part of this whole viewing of what's happening in the weight loss and creating this lift. And in a way, it was shown partially in London, where they had this hooked up to one leg of a reactor and it was losing weight. Although it was a little bit, there wasn't really enough time to see a big change in it, because as he said, these fields have to build up. But this was the concept, and this is what's going to be shown in Iran. And what's happening on this YouTube channel is for knowledge seekers and scientists to start understanding more and to actually watch a lab experiment that we really don't have the knowledge for or the financial funding to conduct something like this on our own, both knowledge and funding. And even if we gave you the funding, the knowledge wouldn't be there to complete. We continue. Any thoughts? Any questions? I've been wondering for quite a while, how are we going to reach the scientific community who doesn't want to talk and doesn't want to approve of this? And again, we're not waiting for approvals by them, as Mr. Keshe said. You can't ask a man who's never tasted a croissant to evaluate French cooking. And so we're not waiting, we're moving ahead with this, and this is all part of the structure of the Keshe Foundation. Any thoughts or comments? But this is a very large gift, and he's going to be giving it, I think, on his birthday. So this is another gift for humanity. I believe Mr. Keshe's birthday is the 2nd of August. So he said he's giving out a gift. And of course, there's another gift coming on the Thursday session, I think. But this coming Friday, hopefully, if everything goes according to a plan, you'll see a new channel on the internet or on the YouTube. I think they'll start with the YouTube and see how that goes. But this will be the actual what's going to be shown fully in Iran. So it's for a lot of scientists to start to become educated. Again, where they can view it periodically. They may understand more than others or less than others, but this is a gift to humanity to bring in the next step of understanding, I believe, for the scientific community.
you can monitor everything else. We'll start with empty space. And through this empty space, through the design of the system, as I said many times, we don't need aircraft hangars to build what we call UFOs, as you call it, the flying ships. If you have seen the size of some of these, what you call spaceships, they are the size of 20, 30, 50 football pitches. Man cannot create such a hangar to build such a thing. And the knowledge of the universe does not need aircraft hangars. This system will be shown in full power on the 16th of November in Iran. And the week after, to the Iranian military, to the understanding of totality, inviting the world militaries to tend to see. There'll be no superiority in power. There'll be superiority in who can bring more into the what I call the pot of knowledge. You got to understand, we have reached a position. We'll leave you the YouTube links. You can spread it around the world. People can come and watch what weight is reduced, what weight is gained, what the structure could be seen, what fields can be detected, and we've been in the beginning of this, what we call discussion and opening to the world till the conference in Iran. We will not be flying a UFO into Iran to show you. We show you in Iran how the UFO builds in front of your eyes. Technology of the conversion of the energy into matter and interaction of the fields to create the matter, and then the condition of the totality to create position and energy at the same time. Then, as I said, it comes who can go inside. Have you learned the process of transmutation? And then you can move it.
And again, this is creation of matter state through the energies of the universe. I know Mr. Keshe had indicated that this was actually shown in China with not this particular way, but rebuilding the wall of the heart of the baby. And he said you could see on the MRI the fields interacting and building the wall right before your eyes. And he said it's been fully documented by the Chinese government on an MRI, where they could see the interaction of the fields, that the heart surgery for the baby was not needed. And so now they're taking it into this UFO. And of course, so many things that Mr. Keshe has worked on in the past that we haven't seen in the public so much, many things. But he said this is a culmination of 40 years of knowledge, which of course we don't have access to, or we don't have access to the funding as well. So this UFO, this self interaction of the fields with a certain type of soul in it, will create the craft. As he said, we open the briefcase, you will see the craft being made before your eyes. We close the briefcase, craft disappears, and we move on. He said this could apply to a house as well, or a structure. Remember, this is the OASIS system: shelter, food, transmutation, energy. But we're starting out with the first step of it.
Those who kill shall not do, the soul will not allow. Most probably, it will be a club of the world leaders, will be a club of the world leaders for the land they don't own, and not the king of, not the president of, as they cannot walk in through, that they cannot cross the line through the dimension of their own soul, as this energy soul connected. So next week, or next few days, we release on all the channels the link for this YouTube. And as much as we can, we update it to the information which we want to update. Certain videos will be put on that educates people what it is, the people who come new. And then we'll bring everything to connection for Iran conference. Every aspect of this in the process from now till the conference in Isfahan is the process of learning for our team, process of understanding the next step, process of being able to shut the shop open it in Iran, and that'll be it. And again, open a shop in Washington, but transmute people across. Those are people who wrote to us after the Friday session that you felt the presence of Mitra. You were correct. She was amongst you. We brought her in, and we recorded the interaction as we did the year before. And through that process, you will learn the key to the next step in the universal community. And to understanding the work of the Keshe Foundation. So, please go on and keep in touch and bring other people to see around the world what we put on this channel. Is purely showing the performance. We fail, we are there. We increase, we are there. We have to change something, we are there. But we put everything on that you can see. Primarily weight reduction, primarily field interaction, primarily soul interaction, primarily creation of the fields of the matter state in a dimension of existence.
As I indicated earlier, Mr. Keshe is going to have to bake this cake in a way because we don't really have the full understanding of this interaction, creation of fields, interaction of fields, and the rest. So, but we'll be there to taste the cake, and he's baking it for all of us, including everyone across the universe, as I understand it. So again, this is another gift from to humanity from the Keshe Foundation to educate the scientific world if they're open to it. And again, we don't need their permission because they don't understand the technology to move ahead with it.
This process has already started. It's not something we're going to do. We were hoping to let you know today, but through the system which is getting set up, it's late. Hopefully next Friday, we'll put a session in a way on a YouTube, releasing a number of videos that you can see the progress in a more rapid way. That will be the gift to humanity on that day. And is for you to understand. We do not use any dynamic system. We do not use any motors. We do not use all the things which you think it might be. Evolution in technology and science of the Keshe Foundation is so advanced that we are scared even to show it in public. But in a way, we are not scared of the knowledge. We are scared of the abuse by the abusers. The dynamic systems which you are used to is in a way created by the field of the universe and not by rotational, because motors fail and we cannot fail. We have achieved the dynamic plasma condition of the universe without the matter state involving and creating rotation for it, but it's done by itself. It's a breakthrough in science and technology. And this time we'll go public with it. And we offer it to the world government, but in conjunction with the knowledge seekers, that the governing and the governed can dictate the next step for humanity. So please keep an eye on the Keshe Foundation. We try to put it on the Keshe Foundation website and pass it on for people to understand. We will use some of the teaching, we use some of the videos of the past to start teaching for those who come in to understand what is happening. And we bring in the advanced knowledge and technology we will show in Isfahan. And from there, we'll see how the governments decide the future of mankind. I can open a suitcase, build a house, close the suitcase, and move on. This is a reality which is in our hand, and we start sharing it with the knowledge seekers. And this time is a progress over the next 3 months on this channel, step by step. We close the suitcase, and we show it and open it in Iran, in Isfahan, and then it's for public to see. Lift, motion, creation of energy, food, matter, the structure of the construction of the fields of the universe to create the illusion of the matter state.
Does that mean he's going to perform a trick or an illusion? Does anyone want to comment on the illusion of the matter state? He's going to create the illusion of the matter state.
When you says illusion, so it's not gonna be tangible. It's like like an illusion, like a picture. Is that what I think it is?
To me, the illusion of the matter state is that the matter state comes from energy converted into matter and then eventually goes back to the energy dimension. So the matter state is really an illusion. He's always said that the matter state is the illusion and the dream state is the reality.
So when it's converted to matter state, is it something that it can be tangible? And then when it goes back to the fields, it disappears. It seems like
that's what it seems like to me at this time. He said you will see the craft build before your eyes, almost like these nanobots that they put in, but that's matter state, into the body, and they're some sort of self-replicating entities that they say they can inject these or put these into the body, and these things can self-replicate. That's in the matter state, I believe, in man's knowledge. But he's using the energy to magnetic field to create a plasma, which then will create a magnetic field in the matter state and convert these energies into matter state in conjunction with the soul, it seems, almost in a way the way the child is born. Something along that line. Remember, as he said, if you understand the process, it works the same way across the universe in this process of creation, but we haven't fully gotten there.
If you could, what you
yes.
just said, Mark, because that is an excellent explanation. And the illusion is, for us, the creation of matter in the way it's created, because the matter has a dual fold reality. One is in the tangible state and one is in the non-tangible state. But the creation of the matter comes from the plasma state. And since we are matter dominant, we have got it backwards. And it's more than just being 180 degrees opposite. It's just not taking into consideration the rest of the universe. And so it's not the matter state versus the rest of the universe and saying, okay, well, we're only looking at half the picture. It is not equal. The picture that we're looking at is so minuscule, we're missing the big picture. So that's what the reference is too. So, and your explanation is excellent. Thank you.
Well, I think that came from Mr. Keshe. So you're saying we're misbriefed in a way? We have it backwards? In other words, I have my underwear on backwards. I've been misbriefed, or we've all been misbriefed?
Well, look at the fashion industry. You know, they thought that, you know, it's a fashion statement to put your underwear outside of your clothes.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I see Fo has joined us. Fo, if you're when we finish this clip in another 6 minutes or so, I know you participated, I believe, in the 129 Tesla. We were asking about this earlier. A little bit more definition on this Tesla. I had looked it up, and it's again, 1 Tesla equals 10,000 Gauss, and it's an energy flux. But if you're willing, after we finish this clip, if you'd like to share, and some of these videos are going to be going up. I don't believe there's any people in the videos that Mr. Keshe is going to be releasing, but I know Fo has participated in the 129, if I'm correct, and maybe you'd like to share something. Let's go back to the clip. Up to you completely. We're not putting you on the spot or anything, but if there's anything you'd like to share. Okay, so we're going to get corrected in our understanding of the matter state and energy more and more. But this is, again, something scientists have sought after, and they spend billions of dollars to do. I'm sure Mr. Keshe spent quite some funds on this, but not in the billion-dollar category or anything close to it. But let's finish this clip. Again, it's for us to spread the channel around, and you never know who may find it because of your work. Even if it's not firsthand, it may go through someone else and then to someone else, and all of a sudden this person stumbles upon it and says, wow, this is something I'd like to investigate more. I'm in the scientific world, and I don't think we understand everything. And so it may open a new dimension for many scientists and many knowledge seekers as well.
So please join us and at the same time support us. This is going to be extremely terrible time in many organizations trying to stop this technology to reach out. Because as one of the Chinese people told us, this is disruptive technology and we don't understand it. For you knowledge seekers, is the knowledge you've gathered for years, and now is to see the fruit of it. We give you all the details in the next few days in different channels of the Keshe Foundation, in the groups, and spread it around and explain to people what it is. Because we keep it very secret, we will try not to show any part of the system. We show the effect and the results step by step, day by day. And we have started the testing, we have started the preparation of the testing, and we've decided to share this with all the knowledge seekers, this time direct, that you are prepared for the conference in Iran. And as you understood, the creation of the matter state out of the energy leads to the creation of the soul, which that soul is part of the structure of transmutation from the craft you fly. So we complete the two sides. On one side in Iran, and secondly, next year in Washington. And hopefully it'll be the time when there'll be no race difference between monks and men on this planet. The only race will be the race of knowledge. How much more now we understand, we can add to the knowledge of the creation and the others. Thank you very much for listening, and I hope you enjoy the trip in the next 3 months till we get to Europe. Any questions?
Okay, so hopefully you know where to find this little clip, and you can share it with others and explain what's happening on this YouTube channel a little bit more. Fo has put in the chat, in a way it's already answered. Okay, and that's no problem. We're all learning and adding to our knowledge day by day. We're all growing into this knowledge much more. Okay, let's go in a way back to the store if we can. So we see a little bit more about the flight conference in Iran. Anyway, he said he was going to dispel this thing of the UFOs and show the UFO with lift and motion. and dispel a lot of crazy theories about it, that it's actually a science. And it can be created. And Mr. Keshe is showing this sort of craft. But again, he said there's no doors on this craft to get into it. You have to understand the transmutation. And maybe that's where we should go. He said those who kill will not be, in a way, allowed to enter the system. I think he's speaking more of the world leaders, but aren't we all involved in killing on a pretty regular basis? I know I had to deal with some flies in my kitchen, which I didn't feel good about, but they were, I couldn't get rid of them otherwise. I don't know the condition to create, even though I was trying to interact with the soul. I know that's would seem to be a very small issue for most, and it used to be for me, but now it seems it's a bigger issue. And we do want to walk away from that, and maybe it's time to play a different one here. Let's see. Okay, this is going to be a 12-minute video. Anyone have any comments about this, or perhaps rather than go there, we can just cover briefly the research centers. And this is this one right here, be part of the first team ever in Keshe Plasma Research Laboratories in Iran, China, or USA. Maybe some of the scientists who see the YouTube channel will be like that or want to get more involved. 25,000 is about the fee. It's 25,000 euro, plus you're going to provide your own room and board, but this is a fee equal to taking a cruise around the world maybe for a year. Maybe the price is even higher depending on what level you decide to travel. But I think this would be much more exciting than a cruise around the world. Actually, you'll probably be involved for a year quite diligently in all types of experiments, maybe even going through transmutation in others. Of course, any knowledge you develop or systems that you work on will become the property of the Keshe Foundation. But this is just something to keep in mind for the future, which the first one I think will be in Sanya, but I'm not absolutely sure, but I think that process is already happening. Arizona is another location. Brazil, Moscow, Russia, I mean, we know there'll be one in Iran as well. But these are going to open up in the coming months, weeks and months, I think, and you'll be invited to participate for a year. This is actually a 3-year program. You can stay for 1 year, you can change your major, so to speak, and go from energy into perhaps wellness or feeding or transmutation, space flight. So there'll be plenty of opportunities, and I believe it would be an experience of a lifetime, more or less, of what you'll learn. And Mr. Keshe will be part of these. And I think the scientists will be moving back and forth with these transmutation, or even in the craft, perhaps, moving back and forth to the different research centers and sharing, meeting other people. And this is all part of the cooperation and collaboration of the governments in a way, using scientific teams at first to sort of broach the subject and get everyone on the same page. Any thoughts about this or questions anyone would like to potentially share? So what I thought we would do is, this is the biggest gift of your new year. Let me just slide this over if I can. This was from the 519th. So it's a number of months ago in January, I think. Mr. Keshe mentioned this. And again, it's about your own, let's just see if we can back this up a bit. And he uses the apple and how we can use our own structure, interaction between the soul of physicality and the soul of the man to create these energies. Again, do we want to eat energies, or do we want to learn how to absorb energies? And again, this is from January of, maybe December to January of 2024. It's about 17 minutes, but we've already cut a minute or so off of it. So let us listen to this. And then we'll go to one of the questions in the workshop about eating animals and the rest of this, and understanding that we can use our own reactors, our own magrevs in such a profound way. We haven't even really started the process, but we're definitely thinking about that we do have these capabilities within us. And again, this video is meant for you and me together, but you have to apply it and I have to apply it. I don't think I can apply it for Alex or Gail or anyone else. I have to apply it to myself. Maybe when I achieve it, I'll be able to, in a way, share it with others. But you can certainly explain what you understand about it to the others. But at this point, let's hear this. I thought this was a good clip.
As we said, and we hear in the intro, we have to understand the fields of emotion. We have to understand the fields and the strength of the fields which create this emotion. And at the same time, once we understand this, we have to understand how other fields are created and what is strength. In the body of the man today, we eat an apple. We create that weak strength field of the GANs, of the energies that our body needs. And through the principle of the interaction of the fields in the plasma condition, the other 80% come into it. It gets attracted to, and it gets fed. In the coming time, we have to learn how to create that field of the apple without eating the apple. How we create that in the dimension of the emotion, of the physicality of the man, in the dimension of soul of physicality, where the physicality is not needed anymore to consume that apple. This itself is an art. This itself becomes an art for man to learn. In a way, if you look at it, if you understand the principle of the interaction, you can use the soul to interact with the soul of physicality, that their interaction creates the energy field of the apple. That in that process, you do not need to eat the apple. This is a secret of feeding both the soul and the soul of physicality. Up to now, you use the soul of physicality and physicality to have an emotion of wanting an apple, because when you desire to have an apple, your body has said what vitamins, what minerals, what energy of these are needed by the body for it to survive. So it converts it to an apple. It converts it to a beef. It converts it to another thing. It converts it to a thirst. Now you have to learn how to create the same seed of the energy in the interaction of the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, without circulation of the blood, without consuming any other object, any other entity. This process is not far from many of you who have entered the sections of the Keshe Foundations and the terms and cycles which we are going through. You are gradually learning. We have to go through this mayhem of excitements and pursuance of finding, feeling, and not having the feeling, and relying on a trust, on a belief, on an understanding that I have created it and I've received it, and I receive what I want. In this process, you gradually learn to replace the interaction between the soul of physicality and the physicality for the emotion, for a hunger, for love, between these two and the other two, which is the soul of the man and the solar physicality. In reality, you change the physical body of the man fields, which is weaker, with the stronger, which is the soul of the man. But in reality, it has the same common denominator. Within the soul of the man and within the soul of the physicality of the man, still there is that essence, that common denominator which connects them together, because that's how they created out of each other. In a way, if you understand it, when you put a GANs, you put a drop of another GANs which are using another patch to be connected to each other. It's the same process, but this time, instead of a drop of GANs, is a drop of the line of the connection of the soul of the creator, which brings that connection. Now you understand how simple man can walk away from killing, how man can walk away from destroying another physical life for its physical life to survive, to live, to exist, and to carry on with its existence, not only on this planet, but beyond. This is the cornerstone of man becoming man of the space. But
Okay, I think we'll leave it there and not finish the rest, but as you can see, it's up to you to decide to do that. And he mentioned this again in the 548th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And I think we'll go to that clip now. Anyone else want to say anything about the store? And of course, the Keshe Foundation does need some donations. We may come back to that momentarily. But let's go to, I think it's about 110, where we hear this question. I think it was from Lisbeth. Let's just see if we can go here. Okay. Yeah, there it is. It's a little bit past 110. This is the question. It starts here. Let me move my we'll see if we can get it synced up here. I'm moving these manually. Okay, no, we're not going to hear the full question there. Okay, we have to, let's just start here. But this is, again, another question on killing and eating and our ability in a way to absorb the fields rather than eat the fields that we need for energy. And this is the idea of not taking another creature's energy to sustain our own energy. And this is a technique, he said, it's an art. So it's not that you're going to learn it in one day, although some people probably can, but this is something you're developing. And as you go into these sessions and other places, little gifts are being added, even though you're not fully aware of it. Little things are being changed subtly. And I think I'm experiencing a taste of this, if I could use that word. Okay.
Right. On one side in Iran, and secondly, next year in Washington. And hopefully it'll be the time when there'll be no race difference between the monks and men on this planet. The only race will be the race of knowledge. How much more now we understand, we can add to the knowledge of the creation and the others.
It's coming up in a moment.
Thank you very much for listening. And I hope you enjoy the trip in the next 3 months till we get to Iran. Any questions?
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Keshe. Let me see here. We have questions in the Q&A. And I remind our attendees, you can put up your virtual hand and then we can recognize you and allow your microphone to open. Okay, see, Lisbeth had a couple of questions in the Q&A. Says, thank you for the love you give us through knowledge. The soul of plants is at the connection point of the stem and the root. When we only use flowers, leaves, or fruits, we do not kill the plant, unlike an animal that is killed to eat it. Bad behavior is the same. Why is there abuse of another being? Is there a difference when consuming milk and eggs while we are in this process of change, even if we ask permission from these souls?
We don't kill a plant, but we take a flower of it. We don't kill a plant, but we take the rice and wheat from it, which leads to its demise. We don't kill a cow till it gives a calf, and then we kill the mother, because now it has a replacement. We only look at what it suits us, and we only look when it suits us. And would it bring any difference in how we eat, what we eat, the way we eat? Or would it bring the difference when we decide we don't need to eat, but we absorb energy instead of eating energy? That's the only thing we have to learn. Because when you absorb it, it's available for you to absorb. When you eat it, you destroy it to take from it. I said in one of the talks to one of the religious leaders years ago, we put a man into prison who goes to the bank to rob some papers, we call it money. But we walk proudly in the same building next to the bank. We rob a life of animal from a butcher from it, or a supermarket. We buy many lives from it, and we walk out of it, and no one puts us into prison because we have made it acceptable. We have made it a norm because we all do it, then it's accepted. We don't see that many bank robberies because all the banks are closed. Now everything is electronic. You don't need to go to the bank. Nobody carries suitcases of money. And we are all online. We do electronic banking. Why can't we do the same? Close the butcher shops, close the bakeries, and do everything online through energy, the way the Keshe Foundation says, through apps. We promise you we haven't killed any animals, but you receive the protein. And you all know we are the true, so it's very true because you all created that amino acid on your CO2 boxes. Did you kill anybody to put their fat on it? So it's how we interpret and how we want it to suit us. But if you live in the dimensional field of the universe, there is no interpretation. It's one rule. You need, it's available. You don't need, you put it there for those who need it. So if you understood that, then I think you have found the answer to all the points you raised. It's us who create preferences. It's us who creates what's right, what is wrong. It's us to decide, I take the flower, but the plant's still there. Did you ask the pain of the plant when it lost its child? We give back to the child, we leave it, we grow it, we nourish it, and we die and it dies. Why can't we do the same thing with the flower? Why do we need to cut it? Why do we need to harvest the rice and wheat? Why can't we just tap into the energy which they make available to us? This is the question. This is what mankind needs to answer in the long run. Eating will be only for those who live on this planet. When you leave this planet, there is nothing to eat. So why do you not eat outside and use the field of the universe, but when you come here on this planet, you become murderers? In the lamb, sheep, rice, anything you chew to absorb energy. Why can't you live the same as you will live in a space?
So again, it's very possible to do this, and going through some of these sessions, and with the apps the Keshe Foundation has, it'll be more available to everyone. I know I did a test in December or January of 22, 23, and certainly I went for about 36 hours with no desire to eat. In a way, it didn't even really much cross my mind. Maybe I opened the refrigerator just out of habit to look in there and then just closed it. And it lasted for about, I'd say, a day and a half or so at full strength. But it's like taking an aspirin. As Mr. Keshe said, the energy will only last so long, and then you can go back into the app and absorb some more energies. And I think we'll be much healthier. As he said, most of the problems we have within our own structure are created out of what we put in our mouth. But the main idea is to move away from the killing. And you're going to be much healthier in this whole process, so to speak. So it's definitely achievable. We can all do it. And little by little, step by step, gradually, as he said, this is an art to learn how to absorb energies rather than chew up another entity to take its energies. And we all have this capability to do. Any comments on that? But I thought this part about when we decide, and this is what he said in the beginning of the question, when you decide or you move your emotion in that way, somehow within you, these things start to change. And if you have that emotion, the energies will, in a way, be absorbed. And I don't think we have far to go on this, but again, it's step by step, little by little, and it's up to you to decide whether you like to eat. And but this will create health within you, but it also creates that condition for when you join with the universal community. As he said, you won't find anything to eat physically, although you will still give and take energies, as I understand it. Any thoughts or questions about this? Anyone? Okay, let's see what we had lined up next. And what he said about this Nobel Prize, how certain scientists, because they know their IP addresses, have seen them on the Keshe Foundation so many times, and they've used aspects of this technology to gain a Nobel Prize. But Mr. Keshe is saying Nobel Prize should be for every man for himself. Again, what he's saying, this teaching is what it means to you, not so much anyone else. But we can all, in a way, by learning the transmutation, learning to feed ourselves, learning to bring wellness, create energies in the rest. This is certainly you getting the Nobel Prize, but only you can control your own system. I don't think anyone else can. Maybe in the future that will be possible. I don't absolutely know for sure, but this is the way it's going, that energies and knowledge can be transferred. The same way you receive from the universe, you can also give to the others. But let's hear this one on the Nobel Prize. And of course, as Mr. Keshe said, they're not really seeking a Nobel Prize, but the prize is for you to understand more about your structure, be able to control it and work with it. From the same workshop in the 548. Let's see, is this short? Yeah, about 5 minutes or so.
The star formation was given to you, but you never understood the principle of his work. The understanding of the process and the creation of the plasma. In the coming time, we revisit the star formation, and we hope the American scientist who put the patent in will understand it, and he gets his Nobel Prize. And through that process, we come to bring man to the next step of evolution. (2024) is the year of evolution in science, technology, and peace on this planet. And with it will come. And the next process is to start the next step. You have to understand that the process of creation, the process of understanding in creating anything in the universe follows the same principle. And if you don't understand it, you get in the dogmas of today with man, technology, and science, and everything else. Then you have to imagine, make up, and falsify everything to fit the short-mindedness of the man and the scientist, because this is how it works. Do we need to create, to show, to confirm, or do we need to confirm to those who are short-minded that what we show is correct, that they have to understand that they might accept, and then it becomes their knowledge, and they are the Nobel Prize winners, as we call it. Nobel Prize should be for every man for himself in achieving to understand the process of the creation. That's noble. This is unique, and once you understand it, you have reached the ultimate goal. Understanding the process of the transmutation, understanding the process of the transfer is the only way man will get out of this planet. Man will become a citizen of the universe. Man will reach to the position that needs nothing to be proud of, but to be part of, no superiority and no killing. And everything is moving in that direction. And it's time to reach that point. It's time to bring the whole world to see, to understand the evolution in science, and then start from scratch, that the man understands that no one needs to kill, no one needs to live a harsh life, no one needs to get sick, no one needs, and many other needs. As in the dimension of the universal community, every need of the created are met by the creator to survive and to have all the attributes of his creation. We go for a break and we come back. And I hope today you understood a little bit more about who you are, where you are, and you're in one of the orbits of the creator, and which layer of the onion you're sitting in. Take us for a break and we come back.
Okay, so you can all award yourself with a Nobel Prize in learning how to feed without killing and learning this transfer and transmutation, you can receive another Nobel Prize. And bringing wellness to yourself, receive another Nobel Prize. Creating energies and elevation for others, that would be another Nobel Prize. So actually, as we learn this, we're becoming Nobel Prize laureates, as they say, with multiple Nobel Prizes, if that's the standard you choose. But I think Mr. Keshe has gone way past this. Any comments from anyone? Do we have any Nobel Prize winners with us who'd like to share? But again, it's an art, it's a process, and going through these transmutation sessions and the rest, you do receive little gifts, as we heard from Anne-Marie, and in other cases with plasmatic water and other things that have happened to other people in these sessions. So not only are you keeping the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, but once in a while, or maybe regularly, you're receiving small gifts, some known, and perhaps the majority of them unknown at the time. But maybe in the future, we'll see our own progression within this system of, I consider it switches or things being turned in a way back to the point of when you were in complete balance in the womb of the mother, at least in the emotional sense of it all. So I thought we'd share this again. You can give yourself the Nobel Prize. And these are fantastic talents that we have within us. It's just a matter of remembering, applying, and interacting. As he said, this knowledge is for you to research and understand for yourself, not so much for the others. Okay, we were at this store for a while, and one of the things Mr. Keshe mentioned in this store, well, he talked about donations. So I think we should perhaps go to about 150 or so. Maybe we won't hear it exactly as I queued it up, but it's going to be something around this area. And let me bring up the transcript, and we'll hear more about the donations that the Keshe Foundation is seeking. As he said, we don't take support in a way or money from the government. So it's up to us in a way to bring the support, to bring this support. And as he said, it takes tens of thousands of dollars just to run the transmutation sessions. And it costs millions of dollars to run the Keshe Foundation. So let's just see if we can go to that point in the transcript. I think it's 150. We're going to, this is supposed to be scrolling here. Okay, let's just go up to 150. And again, think about supporting, whether they're large donations or small. I think it all helps. And as Mr. Keshe said, he will add some of his own funds according to your giving in a way. He may double it, he may triple it, he may quadruple it. But let's start around here. It's just before he talks about fundraising and asking people to support the Keshe Foundation. And this is how we can keep the Keshe Foundation free. As he said, there's a lot of structures on this planet that does not want to see this knowledge coming forward, even in its, let's say, infant stages as it is now. And we know the Gateses and the others of this world have absolutely tried to co-opt this foundation, even with Pillow Talk and the rest of it, if you know what I'm referring to. So there was a way of taking over the Keshe Foundation, and that was short-circuited. But as he said, it's going to become even a little bit fiercer as these knowledges get revealed to the scientific community and more to the knowledge seekers.
And you will see how the world peace will be achieved through such a small system. And all nations will be equal, because this technology will go to every single nation. Doesn't matter, you're African, you're United States, you all have the same. You can move the same. Doesn't cost more than a handful, a few thousand to build it. And as we did, we shared with the government the key, and then we release it. We'll release the technology in full detail to every man on this planet. And then we'll see how you travel, how you do, where you transmute. And I wonder which nation will block this. And then you understand. Much more as we develop. We went in on 129. It took us a long time to build it. It's plasma. It needs time to create what we do in this system. As you see, it takes 2 or 3 million years, and most probably 1 billion years to happen in the universe. And it's not going to be 1 second. But once it's established, once it's done, you can control systems that prepares and performs as you wish, as you want. So you see, we don't go for a blueprint to show. We put this as it breaks up, it changes. You might see sometimes figures increases because we add in the background things to the system because it's necessary. It's upgraded, is what you call it, adjusted according to, and then you will see the outcome and the results. And interesting enough, we tested this with you knowledge seekers last week. And some groups of you, when they came to operation, could move through your motion, changing the weight. This, what apparatus you see in the what we call graphic system, was tested on, or you as knowledge seekers were part of it last week. The headphones were hanging inside the system in the center in a different shape or form. So you've already been touched by it.
Okay, and as he said, these systems only take a few $1,000s to build, but the research and development and the knowledge is in the millions of dollars, as most development programs are. Yeah, the product only costs $25, but they put in 25 million or more to develop that product. So this is where Mr. Keshe is saying that they're going to need some support, or much more support.
These researchers cost tens of thousands continuously for the Keshe Foundation. And we receive no help or support from no government that they can influence us. What your knowledge seekers donate to us allows us to perform, to stay independent, and to be able to share the knowledge like this, so raw, so what it is, you see it. The structure, the system is and will be ongoing for till we go to it. We need a lot of financial support to bring these things out, to stay independent. We don't ask you to donate to us. We spend it. If it comes, it's there for us to do. We need millions of dollars to keep independent, to keep Keshe Foundation to be able to share technology and science the way it is, and now government start collaborating in different ways with us. We can't accept money from governments because then they say you're with this, you're with the Chinese, you're with the Americans, you're with the Iranians and the rest. But we show it in their nations. England, China, Iran, Washington, Mexico, everywhere, because it belongs to us. We brought this up. We, as a collectively knowledge seekers, we built the system, this technology around the creation, and most of the world leaders know. If you see these figures touch as 0, it's the time when you run. because it means it's gone. The system has taken off. And if you see structures, if you have problems.
Yes.
Do you understand what he means by it's time to run? Is it the system will transmute, disappear while running though?
Yeah, he did say when you see these figures go to zero, that means it's time to run. It's gone. The system has, the spaceship has left, apparently. Anyone else? And he said the numbers may be a little bit hazy or start to get kind of like, oh, when we see heat on the roads and you see those waves coming up, he said, because it's somehow the system is encompassing it or something like that. So if you see the numbers start to get a little bit fuzzy or wobbly, that means the system is getting closer, I think, to taking off. Anyone else understand what he means here by it's time to run when you see the system, these figures touch zero? And again, I don't know what he showed 4 different ones. What was it, P1 to P2, or whatever he had designated. Each one means probably a slightly different thing. Hopefully these will be explained more. Yes, Jalal, welcome. I'm glad you're feeling better, that you could join us. Great.
Yeah, thank you. If you remember the old teaching when the star formation is created and all of the knowledge seekers, they were working with the creation of UFOs. And a lot of times, Mr. Cass said, be careful when you are creating such a reactor.
Oh, yes.
And you tell your family, or you experiment outside the perimeter of your house, because if you don't know what you are doing, maybe you will create this UFO and you will be in it and no one will see you.
The way we trap the soul in a way in our structure now, the craft. And this is what he told John, I think, when John in Arizona, Jalal was trying to go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, when John was trying to create the craft using the magrevs, and Mr. Keshe was telling him he needs to have something on the top to reflect the fields back down. But then he added a little caveat. He said, be careful, John, if you're in that craft or if you create this structure, and you could be trapped in there for 1,000 years until the fields collapse. But then somebody said there was an easy way to get out of it. I guess you just move one of the reactors and sort of break the fields down. But yeah, Jalal, absolutely. Yeah.
Jalal, that's exactly what I was thinking, because when he says, if you see that number to 0, then you run. So that means you could be in it without you wanting to be in it, and then it disappears.
That means you don't know. You see, if you just listen to the teaching, he said a small device like this, it can fit by a shoebox.
Yes, he did.
It can create a spaceship which is a 30 football field.
The largest mankind has ever seen.
So do you understand this? Do you understand what that means? That this UFO is so big that it will take the whole city.
Do you think he's going to start with the miniaturized systems and then build up to these much larger, as he said, 20, 30, 40, 50 football pitches? And each football pitch is about 100 meters by, what is it, 50 meters? I'm not sure of the size. I think it's 100 meters long. I don't know what the width is, 40 meters, maybe 50 meters. So put
Do
50 of those together or more.
I think Alex remember Ali from Canada and the experiment what he done with the maggraph. Not a maggraph, not a star formation, but a maggraph in star formation structure. You know the maggraph. It's very very strong and very very weak in respect to the dynamic star formation, which is out of fields. And the maggraph, the coils and the ganses, what we are using is very strong in respect to the matter world, but it is very weak in respect what Mr. Cash, what he's showing here. A lot of times he show us even the China reactor. You remember, Mark?
Yes, that very large one.
Yeah, the large one, and what did happen in that time.
Mhm.
So when he's saying when you see this figure comes to zero, so you run away because you don't know how big it is, and it will make this spaceship.
But he said you couldn't
So
enter it unless you understood the transmutation.
yeah,
This is what he
yes,
was saying
exactly.
earlier. There's no doors on this craft, but maybe Jalal is saying these fields could spread over you.
Because that's the confusing part. If you're not in sync, you cannot get in. But then when the field's expanded like that and you have to run, it goes to the fact that someone can have this technology and then use it for nefarious activities.
Okay. If you listen to what Mr. Cash saying, that what is the plasma? It is what your emotion you capsulate. That means it work with your emotion. So if you are working with any device, any reactor, that your emotion is not in peace and it's not in the collective service of the mankind and the others, you will not fix anything. This, what you call magic, will not happen because you are not in the same what you call it, frequency with the plasma. So it will not happen. Whatever you do, when you see this figures in the front of you, so that means your soul, it is within this plasma, so it will manifest itself to you. Any other one will not see it. And we see the small structure of it by Ali in his video, in his work. We saw that structure, and we saw that shimmel thing above his house. If you go and look to these videos before this workshops, you will see it, and it is very very weak, and it is one part of the star formation, and it make this remarkable appearance, the shimmery buzzy light. And if you look what he's saying, if this numbers become blurry, you cannot see them. That means it's making its own shell. That means the matter state, it's starting to be created. What kind of matter state? You have no clue, because it fit the condition and what kind of condition you are in or you are going to. It's about
So
any material.
is that so the type of matter state is, like you said, is subjective depending on the condition of where you are or where you're going.
Yes, of course. Because your attention, remember what he's saying. Why you make plasma? What is the purpose of making ganses even? You don't go and you make ganses, just you make a ganses. If there is no purpose of creation, this is waste of knowledge. Waste of entities also. Because as a lot of times, even Mark remind us, Mr. Keshe pray for his reactor, because it is an entities. Entities coming and working for what you want to create. So it need to be at least respected. You do not abuse it. When you need a ganses and you go and you created it, whatever you need it for, it will fit, because you do not abuse it. You understand what I mean? And sorry, you understand
Yes.
what Mr. Keshe mean in that?
Yes. Yes.
Because you put your effort, you put your soul to create that, it will reply to you.
So July. So what's your take on it? If he does the experiment or the showpiece with the box, and then the illusion of matter states to everyone that is there. Now, some people will see it and some people will not see that, right?
But Mr. Keshe, he knows exactly what he's doing. And the purpose of all of that is to show the real UFO.
Yeah, I think it's going to be, he said you would see the UFO form before your eyes. And I know in the past, he said the Iranians have such a system and they're flying over our country pretty regularly, and we don't have the radar system here to detect them. So they have a form of this already for defensive purposes, as I understand it. But I think you will see a physical craft forming, because he said he was going to end the this myth behind the UFOs and the rest of this.
A lot of knowledge seeker in the background, they I think, as Mr. Keshe said, there is a lot of people in the background. They only a listener, and they do exactly what we do. They do not need to come to the public or
They can be in their beds,
yeah,
or in their craft.
exactly. So we do a small things and we see the magnificent of this technology. So what about what he is putting in his hand?
Thank you, Jalal.
And you know that this is what he's saying about when he do something, everything will be correct, and when he leave it to the others, it will not work. It's not about knowledge. It's about detached. It's about detachment.
That's what I was saying earlier, you know, he's baking the cake because we can't put all the ingredients in it in the correct way. He said there's knowledges in here we haven't even been aware of, and it would take us probably 100 years to crack part of this. It's a lack of knowledge and a lack of, to me, the lack of finances. And even if I gave you the finances you need, I don't think you would crack it. So this is why he's probably speeding up the process at this point. Even the top level scientists are taking a leg and running away. It's too deep.
He's here for a purpose, and he said it before, long time ago, before nearly 10 years. If you listen to his teaching from the before the first public teachings, he said we came here for a purpose. It is the right time. It's not 50 years before and not 50 years after. It is the right time for him to be here because of the need of this technology to be executed here on Earth, because it's the time for it. And we are with it. So
we're just lucky. So for some reason,
yes,
it's not a coincidence.
yes,
Blessed to be here, that this knowledge has touched you.
Yes, you know, thank you for this word. I said it before the teaching, before I came to Mr. Keshe technology. I said, well, I don't have luck. Why I here? Why I'm there? Why I'm like this? Why? And then when I came across this knowledge of Mr. Keshe, then I said, how lucky I am. I am the luckiest of the whole, you know, bloodline of the whole my ancestors, because they didn't came across such a knowledge.
Never considered any of this. We've never considered any of this before the Keshe Foundation. Or maybe a little aspects of it, but we've never really considered this type of knowledge and this energy dimension and how real it is and the rest of it. So it's not magic, huh?
No. And look, Mark, look how many we are have been a little bit in touch with this technology. How many? Million, 2 million, 3 million, in respect to 7 billion. You know, it's a 7 drop in the ocean. So amazing. Why you? Why you? You ask yourself, why me?
Because of something good your ancestors did in the past that allowed you, as he said, to pick up this flower and move forward with it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So
We
be
thank
happy.
them.
And thank you, Ike, for this. Yeah, well, we are lucky. We are lucky.
Claudia has put something in the chat. Seems to have the same energy from the universal community to transmute, detach from the physical emotions. Any more you want to add, Claudia, for us?
Well, I think it's the same Ike and Jalal was talking about. Because I saw a teaching from 2015, and I realized that the physical part that we have, that's the matter state, that how can I say in prison, that don't allow us to see the things not non-tangible, to transmute, to feel the things.
Right, our physical nature is always holding us back from seeing the energy part of things.
Yeah, and that's why when I do like meditation or try to feel the things, I close my eyes and I try to not to feel my body, and then I become more easy for me. That's it. I think it's like a practice and practical every day, and for me, but I think with the technology it will be easier.
Yes, I call
Mr.
it
Keshe
system
is
assist.
coming. Yeah.
System assist. For those who are physical. For those who are not physical, you should be able to transmute instantaneously. As he said, it only should take a couple of seconds. Let's go to the Dome of Peace. I know we're running a few minutes late, and these are things we can do. We may not be able to create the spaceship or do some of these other amazing things Mr. Keshe is showing, creating amino acids out of thin air and the rest of this, or again, taking energies from the universe, converting into the matter state, and allow that with some sort of soul to create a craft and the rest of it. But we can certainly use our own reactors. As he told in the 5+1 before we started all that, he says, I'll handle the matter state, you work on the energy or the soul level. And this is a time or where every day you can share your soul, with the others in a way. And let me just bring this up if I can. And we'll go to the first part of creating this dome of peace. And that was an excellent question Jalal brought up about using your lungs, which is an automatic conversion to plasmatic CO2, and adjusting the energies in an elevating manner to breathe it out and to touch the energies of the soul of another person in a way. So not only that, we can use the GANS waters to bring something for our physicality to do, which is the first step of the Dome of Peace. And then we can also use our own emotions in a way to elevate others in creating like world leaders, religious leaders, to create this dome. So it's not that we're helpless in a way, but making this work in the matter state of things is a little bit more difficult, and figuring out the entire transmutation is. But we're being gifted little aspects of this knowledge as we're proceeding. But we can still use our own lungs in a way, our own energies, and the GANS plasma waters to create a bigger balance on this planet. And this is what creating the Dome of Peace is. So let's start with the first step of the Dome of Peace. Thank you, Jalal. Thank you, Claudia. And let's move into this before we lose Alex. Okay.
I don't know if anyone want to read this Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And of course, this is just a reminder from the Brazilian team that every Sunday at 12 p.m. and 6 p.m., whichever time suits you, or you could do both, we're using the plasma water, or this, in a way, illusion. The water is just an illusion in a way to release these fields into the environment, that they find balance, elevate the soul of this planet, and help to bring a peaceful permanent condition. He even said they would connect the wellness centers together. And this is something else. The Chinese have been doing this, and we thank the Brazil team for the reminder. So this is something for us to do with our physicality. If you're not sure about GAN's water, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki. GAN's gas is a nanosolid, or a gas that makes a nano of itself and appears as a solid in the matter state. We're using the water above the GANs, and you can go on the KF wiki and learn more about making GANs right on your kitchen table. It's part of the understanding the transmutation, and as he said, you on the CO2 box and others, you'll create amino acids on the top. So this is something for the physicality to do, and Mr. Keshe for us to do, but he wants us to work on this soul level and improve our understanding and our abilities on this, again, soul energy level. So this is the first step of the Doma piece. Now we can use our collective energies in this manner. And of course, the Brazilian team has these daily intentions as well, every Wednesday at 12 noon, or daily intentions occur at 2 a.m. Central European time, which you can join a formal meeting and interact. It's a beautiful short meeting where there's some reading, there's some exchanges of thoughts and intentions, and you can be part of this if you can join in a physical dimension. Of course, the Universal Council also invites people to participate on the energy level every day at 9 p.m. Central European time for the elevation of all souls and the protection in the universe, let's say. I don't know how much physicality you'll be in the universe, but I guess if you take a craft, you probably will be in the universe. So this is something you can do. And again, you don't have to spend a lot of time on this, and it's not something that's wrong if you spend 20 minutes or an hour in a session like this. But as he said, it should only take a couple seconds for you to transmute, and the same, I think, with the elevation of others. It's not the amount I think you do, but it's the regular doing of it that counts. In other words, you're pulsing and continue to pulse these energies to elevate the souls. And this is not a forceful action. This is something that you're making energies available, and when the soul decides to pick it up, it's there. But we're learning about this process of giving and taking energies. So we started out with the physicality, releasing the GANs waters. Now we're moving into the next step, which is to use the collective power of the souls to bring the change. So, let's hear from Shweta. And thank you, Stefania, and thank you, Shweta.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, Beautiful Souls. Here? Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the guns, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANs waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of guns, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. Keshe.
Okay, so this is the second half, which again, you could do it at any time. And as Mr. Keshe said, don't do it once a week, do it all the time. But every day, you can participate in this process. And I think it'll bring you a bit of fulfillment in a way that the work you do is important and that you can make a difference without going out into the street, without moving your physicality, just to start getting used to giving and taking of energies. And this is really taking, but I mean giving, but in that process you will receive. As we know, you nourish others, you get nourished. So rather than take 5 minutes in this process, and of course include the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators, which has been going on for quite a long time, and the rest here, we can use our energies on a regular basis to bring the change. And this is what we're all learning. And even the Universal Council is learning how to bring the change, not so much through the matter state, but see the matter state manifest through the use of our collective energies together to bring the change. So rather than take 5 minutes, let's just take 2.5 minutes, and we'll continue on with the program. Thank you. And this is how easy the process is. So every day, if you have the time, you can be multitasking because your physicality is not really involved in this entire process. So the women have a distinct advantage where they can be cooking or doing whatever they do, and even at work or whatever, and use your soul at this time collectively to join the others and bringing the change. As Jalal said, we have a few million or 100 million, or how many people have visited the Keshe Foundation, but we need to increase the total awareness, the collective awareness of the souls on this planet to bring the change, and then we'll see it manifest in the matter state. Okay, I see Alex. Thank you all again for your continued participation. I see Alex is ready to go, and thank you for joining us, Alex. And please carry on. I know I did go over a bit, but hopefully we set the stage in a way for what you're about to deliver and share with us. Thank you for joining us again.
Very fine job of coordinating, Mark. Thank you so much. And welcome everybody on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And as per usual, we still have some business to attend to. And so please, let's get this out of the way so we can get to the important stuff.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team meeting. It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon, and I want to welcome every continent is being represented at this meeting, and that's what makes this meeting so powerful. We're in the back seat following the powerful meetings and the Knowledge Seekers workshops on Thursday, followed up with the awesome Brazilian classes on Friday, and we're sort of trying to clean up the crumbs maybe, but we're discussing some very important things. We're talking about the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science. We're in the advanced transition discussion. The subject today is microbes. My name is Alexander. I'm from Canada. It is July the 28th, 2024. And this is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And so we have continued this for going on 4 years now. And as I said, this is a continuation of the advanced series. Please understand that this is all basic, very basic, because this is public teachings. However, everyone has an understanding of how this world is working. And the qualification for this is that, yes, you were born. So as we're discussing this advanced transition, it involves a Z-axis dimension, because it completes 3 dimensions. And we got involved with parasites to understand how some are contributing and some are leaching, and what is the purpose of that. But more importantly, I've separated the parasites discussion from microbes. And today we're going to discuss microbes, because this is not our world that we understand with. This is something that we need a microscope, and that's why they call them microbes, because in terms of mathematics, this is 10 to the negative 6th power, which means it's 6 orders of magnitude smaller than our existence. And so our existence is trying to carry on this plasma highway, but we're so far away from it. We're still on this hesitancy highway because it's the lowest energy state, and it is somewhat comfortable, but not always. Life can be very hard, and this is one of the reasons that we have to get up on that horse because the horse walks faster than we do. But there are energies, and so we see fire, and where there's fire, well, you need to have water, and where there's water, there's a beach, and of course, the favorite thing on our beach is things that have curves, like beach balls. But where you have a ball, this is a planet of very dirty microbes, and so it really causes us to brown our face and act in revulsion, repulsion, and disgust. But, as we're searching for our outer space, the question came up is, do dirty microbes exist on the plasma highway to our pie in the sky? I mean, let's face it, who wants to eat a pie that's, covered with dirty microbes? And the answer is surprising. So what we're discussing is the plasma science as put forward by Maranteva Keshe, and it's outlined in book number 1, which is the Universal Order of Creation of Matters. And it's taken a while to figure out what these matters are and where these matters are. And so the book number 2 helps us because of the structure of the light, which in itself is kind of confusing, because how can life have structure? It's not something that you can kind of climb upon like a ladder or sit on. And then there's book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. And how come this is number 3 and not number 1? And then we see that from 1 we create 2. And so that offers us a clue. And this one that we're talking about is our one planet. And for 336 weeks in a row, Rick Raman and the Universal Council members are trying to explain to humanity that when we travel to another place, no one knows if you're from Kentucky or Paris or wherever. And if you say that, they will really look at you strange, because they don't know where you are. You are from the Earth, and that Earth is one planet, and all of us are members of this planet, so that makes us one nation. And although we have a variety in that, which is kind of interesting, it's as interesting as it is going to an ice cream shop and having dozens of different flavors. You could say that each flavor is a race, but it's all ice cream. It's all one shop. But in our shop, justice and world peace are paramount. And the reason for it is because if we want to get on that plasma highway, these are the ethics that we have to follow. This becomes paramount. So we are not there. We are on the transmission highway. And to elevate ourselves to this plasma highway, we have to go through the transition highway, which means at that point, we have choices to make. And this is a good thing, because many of us are despondent because we don't have any choices. You see, the situation has come to the point where in our discussions, we are trying to make commentary and say, oh, socially, we have some issues. Politically, we have issues. Financially, we have issues. And so it makes interesting conversation. But that conversation manifests itself as a form of entertainment. we're not in the entertainment business. We're in the plasma business. And to understand our MAGRAPH pie chart, excuse me, we have to understand that the speed of light is a constant transmission. But then the question comes in, how come we have a variable transition of the light? Because we have different colors of light. And now we have people who say, well, the universe is 99% hydrogen. And we're wondering, what is the remainder? Is that garbage? Or is that you? Or are you garbage? You know, and are you here, or you should be somewhere else? And where are you exactly? So in order to pinpoint with accuracy, we had to go through various stages of understanding the terminology. So as it applies to carpentry, we have an X, Y, and Z axis. And as it applies to magnetic field forces, we have rotation, polarity, and field strength. But as it applies to the plasma science, we're talking about transmission, transition, and transmutation. But interestingly enough, that we haven't determined the dimensions. So in other words, we can have the X, Y, and Z axis on every dimension. And so we've gone through the transmission dimension, and now we're discussing the transition dimension, and we're in the advanced stage of doing that. And so what we realize that as we create these dimensions, that just becomes the medium. And sometimes a medium could be medium small, or sometimes medium large. But whatever the medium, it's not the message. The message travels on the medium. And so messages come to us and they combine. And so the fundamental combination is when two forces coming together. So that brings us the x-axis dimension and the y-axis dimension. So we see that the creation of the universe, which exists from energy, is where all things are working in combination. And so that was the structure of the MAGRAPH. But since things are coming and going, then we have a connection, which is the structure of light. And in order to understand which way we're going, then we have to have a charge. So a lot of people think, well, that charge, you know, is either positive or negative based on the energy. Well, the energy is always positive. So the charge is based on the motion. And then the motion is to and from. And then the question then comes is, which dimension is it coming to and going from? So when we look at the physical energy that we are so dependent on, and then we see the manifestation in our cell growth, we see the processing of sugar energy, and we have to identify what sugar is. Either it's natural, or it's processed, or it's cosmic. And fundamentally, we have what we see as a hexagonal gravitational form that is interacting with the pentagonal magnetical form, and that there's a polar flipping, and in that process there's a twisting. And so all along there's this susceptibility, and the net result is that we have this pattern of coiling, and it creates a growth, a spherical growth. And as we found, that spherical growth can be in multiple directions and compounded. And so the fundamental energy that's on this planet manifests itself as water. And it brings together hydrogen and oxygen. And so this energy that is in motion is an energy pack. But every pack needs to be in a package. And so water becomes an excellent energy parceling unit. And what has been confounding is that hydrogen has a mass of 1, oxygen has a mass of 8, and yet what is interesting is that the combination is around MAGRAF. So the hydrogen being magnetical and the oxygen being gravitational, that there's a disparity in field strength here, and yet there is a balance. And so this balance that we're seeing here is not an equal balance. So when we say balance, it's not like a teeter-totter where you have one on one side and one on the other side, and then you kind of flip back and forth. In terms of the water, it's not very balanced. So what we have to understand is that this balance can manifest in the physical state, but the energy pack is balanced in the plasmatic state. So this unique characteristic of water allows us to shear off, let's say, one hydrogen, and so it's positive and it's looking for a home, and the hydroxyl that's left is now negatively charged because it's lost a positive. So that puts it in the minus position, and it too is also looking for a home. And it is in this process that we see energies crossing over or deflecting or twisting. And in the process of twisting, we see this tightening, coiling, and tunneling. And this becomes very important to discuss today because for years and years, we've had this electron fixation fallacy. And that is that, its electrons are part of the quantum electrodynamics. And that describes the interaction between light and matter. The problem, of course, is that light is matter. And then we have this theory of annihilating particles and antiparticles. And then, of course, we come to the conclusion that there's no creation nor annihilation. It's only a change of directions of moving particles. But that these directions somehow refer to the past or to the future and indicate the direction they're from. But today is today. And if we were to be mathematicians or accountants, we like to extrapolate the future based on the past. But this is a fallacy because the extrapolation from the past would only be there if we were clinging to the past and building from that. So plasmatically, yes, we can build that. But when we capture a field, that energy has to go through a transition. And so to manifest this transition, we have to bring the 3 dimensions together, the X, Y, and Z axis, and they have to go through this transition. And so in the physicality, we try and relate this to the ground. In terms of transition, we try and elevate ourselves above the ground into a non-tangible matter state. But when we're talking about the Z-axis transition, well, we kind of have to figure out what ground we're talking about and what is the difference in this position and how do we facilitate this. So if we look at the relationship between the physicality and the plasma reality, and we see that the X, Y, Z axis represents the plasmatic manifestation of the forces that determine our existence. So the X-axis is a dimension that is basically along the ground, but that ground rotates around the planet. And then, of course, the Y-axis is determined by polarity. So the planet rotates around that pole. And the Z-axis is actually determined by an interdependence. the interdependence between the relationship between X and Y axis. So all of these relationships are on different planes, but these planes have their own axis of dimension, but they interact. And this is the key. And we know this because we have a gravitational conformation of the hydrogen spectrum. And where we're at is trying to understand that this hydrogen spectrum has a signature which is in the visible light spectrum and is unique to hydrogen. So this allows us to verify the presence of the hydrogen, and as such, it becomes a gravitational manifestation. And as such, it implies that there is a magnetical contribution. And that magnetical contribution has to come from the interaction of the sun and the earth. And so the contribution of those two create a binding field. And from that binding field, there has to be some kind of impetus. And so the convergence of that binding field is completed by the energy coming from the universe. And so that would be the missing dimension, if you will. And so the convergence of all three of these magnetical forces manifest themselves as a gravitational force, which we see on this planet. But let's understand that this planet, too, is a plasmatic manifestation in the gravitational format. So when we're trying to look at how things are manifested, we measure things by the pH. And the pH is referred to as water because that is the most stable. But that water is a combination of hydrogen and oxygen, as we said. So when we talk about the pH and we refer to it as the potentiation of hydrogen, it's also the potentiation of oxygen. Because the binding force of the hydrogen is dependent on the oxygen. The binding force of the oxygen is dependent on the hydrogen. So the susceptibility is determined by the interaction of the two. Excuse me. So at a pH of 7, which is neutral, we see that it could be acidic and a pH of 7, and it could be alkaline and a pH of 7. And why this is significant is because if we add the acidity and the alkalinity together, we get 14. And this is important to understand because when we deviate from the neutral point, we also have to get 14. So if we think of the pH as like a zipper, and as we go through the different transition layers, and we find that, well, if that water is turned to a pH of 6, then there has to be a corresponding manifestation of a pH of 8. And so it goes. If it's 5, that's 9. And if it's 4, then it's 10. And in all cases, the water splitting always totals 14. And so what that means is that there's a changeable balance. The water still maintains its balanced position. And that balanced position always totals 14. But within that balanced position, there's a change. So in order just to understand the transmission on the x-axis dimension, we have to see that there's a motion. And so that motion is created through the change of the rotating fields as they're going through this pH zipper transmission. So there is a susceptibility that causes this motion. And it's more than just a motor. There's also a pH transition with peaks and valleys. And so we find that if we have the peaks at 4, we also have the peaks at 10, and that gives us 14. Or if we have the valley at 5 and the valley at 9, that also gives us 14. So the peaks and valleys basically have nothing to do with the transition. They have everything to do with the motion. Because as we go along the ground, we also go along the transition. So we can see that there are things that are affected on this planet by pH density. And so we find that the pH total of 14 is dependent on the acid-alkaline balance. And we find that the extreme, the acid is oily and the alkaline is wet, and so these two don't interact. And gravity seeks density. So as we change the density, we find that we can change whatever we're operating with. And so the oxygen is more dense than the hydrogen. And so that makes the oxygen alkaline and the hydrogen magnetic. But the combination seems to be around maggrav. So clearly, it has nothing to do with the physicality in that regard, because the physicality is a form artifact of the plasma reality. And we've seen that in the cups of life. And so we had to understand that the cups of life were not the cups of pandemic. But what we did was we incorporated elements and water and salt and nanocoated copper and zinc and other things. And so this became the process of monatomic science, which was still in the physical state, but clearly at an elevated state from the lowest energy state. And it became GANS. And GANS had an affinity with our emotional construct. And GANS in itself had a physical affinity as well. So in other words, the zinc oxide reflected on our emotions, and the copper oxide reflected on our physicality. But we had others. We had CO2 GANS and calcium GANS, and of course, we created the oil and we created the water, and the two didn't mix, did they? The oil sat on the surface. But what was interesting was that this oil, and as we say, oil and water don't mix. When we took the amino acid and we added it back to the cups of life, and I hope you were very observant, we found that the oil didn't sit on the surface of the cups of life. The oil dissolved within the cups of life. And so within the cups of life, clearly we had plasma water. And so the amino acids were in a plasmatic state. And we have to understand this because when we're talking about the z-axis transition dimension, the z-axis transition dimension, we see that we had this atomic physicality because we had elements in there. But then we had this monatomic state, still atomic physicality, but what we call it a nanostate at that point in time. And then we had this GANS, which was much, much bigger than the monatomic state, but it was still in the physical state. And so just to go through these three different physical states, each one was at least an order of magnitude. And the reason each one was only one order of magnitude is because it determines whether it's monatomic or it's atomic. However, we find that when we got into the monatomic state, there were different energy states. So not all nano states are of the same energy state. And the reason for this, of course, is the fact that the nanocoding is in layers. And so as we have more and more layers, we changed the nature of the monatomic state. So did that apply to the GANs? Well, yes, it did. So not all GANSs are the same. Certainly not of the same combination. However, not of the same texture either. So some GANSs were fluffy, and some GANSs were bigger than other GANSs, and some GANSs would sink, and some GANSs would float. And then there's other GANSs that would just move around, and then other GANSs would do other things in combination. So the nice thing about the GANSs is that they were facilitating this principal matter interaction of these energy packs. And so we say, well, the fundamental interaction, of course, is the x-axis rotation, which is equatorial, and it's interacting with the polar axis, which obviously is rotating around the poles. And so we create this z-axis, which is a third dimension reflecting this principal interaction. And then we find that this is a two-way street of energy and motion, because there's transmission of energy and a transition of energy. So we have this one Magravs condition, we call it the sun, and we have a Magravs condition, we call it the earth, and there's an interaction there. But if we look at the principal energy flow with respect to our planet, we find that it too has the same characteristics of a two-way transmission and a two-way transition of energy. And as we've discovered with the solvent of life, we call it water, and that's the most important constituent on this planet, which is what makes us the blue planet. But we find that the water is liquid. And so what we have to understand about the liquid water is that there is moisture that is in the air, and there is moisture that can be solid. So we find the water is kind of being this transition zone. And this is very important because this is what makes it a universal solvent. And this is what facilitates life on this planet. So in order to understand the science, and for me, it was very fortunate because I had a terrible understanding of science. And I attribute this to a terrible teaching method. And so I had to look for a foundation, a rock solid foundation that would give me the understanding of how energy flows. And so that involved the negative charge principle, where the negative gives and the positive takes. And so if it's taking or giving from itself, that's a binding energy. But if it's exchanging energy with another Magravs condition, then that creates a flowing energy. So decisions have to be made on whether it's flowing or whether it's binding, and these are choices to make. But what differentiates the giving and the taking has to do with surface to volume ratios. And so the higher the surface to volume ratio, the higher the negative charge. The higher the negative charge, the more giving it is. And so when we look at the basic math, as we've been taught that 1 to 1 is 2, we find that there's a problem with this because it assumes that the first one and the second one are the same. And it also assumes that the first one and the second one are consumed in the process of creating the two. Isn't it? That's what we see. You know, we manufacture a product, and that product is the bringing together of labor and materials. And so we get this product. And so the labor is gone and the materials are gone. And the labor is replaced with the memory of that labor, maybe. And of course, the materials are now garbage. And so we need to throw that garbage away. And so we need another dimension. And since we're watching this, we are that other dimension. And so when we throw things away, are we throwing that in our dimension? Or is there a fifth dimension where we can throw the stuff away? Or are we the garbage? And this becomes a very important question because there are some people who think that we are. Because, you know, we have 73 trillion cells and, you know, so we can afford to get rid of some. And so what are these cells? They're basic structural and functional units of all forms of life. So when we say basic structural and functional units, to be structural, you have to be in a MAGRAV state. And to be MAGRAV, you have to have a magnetical gravitational balance. And to be functional, there has to be an energy exchanged. So to balance this MAGRAV, we have to have a containment. So when we look at the cell structure, that containment is a membrane. And then inside this membrane, we have this cytoplasm, and the cytoplasm facilitates energy exchange. And inside the cytoplasm, well, there are other organelles, and each with a specific function. So altogether, the cell itself is capable of replication, protein synthesis, and motility. And so sometimes that motility is just, you know, following this spiral growth pattern, like Archimedes' screw. Or it's a growth factor where the tubular form, through its spiral growth and spiral tightening, forms a tubular form artifact. So when we look at a frozen Ganz ball, we see this manifestation because we can clearly see that there's gravitational core. And there are these magnetical hair-like lines that emanate from the center of the core and emanate out. Well, the thing about these lines is that under close observation, you find that these lines are actually hollow. And since you're looking at the difference in size between what could be a micro ends up being a nano, because it has to be smaller. And you can see that each hair-like line is significantly smaller, and not by one order of magnitude, but many orders of magnitude. So how does this relate to microbes? Well, as we said, microbes are in the microscopic organisms in the 10 to the minus sixth. And so these microscopic organisms are part of the education of the medical system. And so this becomes the legacy of Guy de Montpellier, going back to the late 1100s, where the medical community was actually built on the Crusades war. And then we move fast forward to the Battle of 1851, where you have microzymas. This is a legacy of Antoine Béchamp. And then, of course, you have the conflict of the filterable versus the non-filterable forms. And so the filterable forms become the legacy of Louis Pasteur. And this is carried on to this day. Because what we're talking about is germ theory. And so Louis Pasteur's germ theory saw disease as being caused by external factors. And Antoine Béchamp's considered the internal environment. And so we see these microorganisms and with their different life cycles, but they are all different stages of development that range between viruses, bacteria, yeast, and fungi, depending on the type of microorganism and depending on the environment. So there was a general acceptance of the germ theory, but was not accepted as having the primary responsibility for disease. And as Rudolf Virchow commented, mosquitoes seek the stagnant water, but they don't cause the pool to become stagnant. So when we look at bacteria, the fundamental thing is that it requires a host. And that bacteria decides if it's aerobic, which is oxygen abundant environment. And in that context, it supports the host, or it's an anaerobic, oxygen depleted environment. And that same bacteria goes through a metamorphosis and then eats the host, which is kind of handy because a host who is in an oxygen depleted environment is dying or dead. And so this becomes part of the potentiation of bacteria, isn't it? Where we have either in an oxygen alkaline environment supporting the host, or we have it in an acidic hydrogen deplete dominant environment where it eats the host. But there are all sorts of ranges in between. And so the point of the matter is that this plasma manifestation that we keep talking about precedes the physical manifestation, and we have to understand this because the physical manifestation may manifest differently in different people, but the plasmatic manifestation is the same. And how do we know this is true? Well, because we've all physically manifested on this planet, and yet we're all different. So a physical manifestation of a disruption, it may be, say, for instance, obesity or blood cancer, blood pressure or cancer. And the point of it is that the tendency towards a higher acidity, obviously it causes an anaerobic condition, but it also causes the DNA to expand. And in that process, reduces adenosine triphosphate production, which of course produces the energy that we need. And of course, the disruption to the cellular communication then becomes the manifestation. And as we say, it manifests differently in different people, which is to say, someone might have a problem with a lung and someone might have a problem with a kidney, but the problem would be the same. So last week when we talked about parasites, we were talking about these sectorians with these nanotubes. And their claim to fame is, of course, that they were cytoplasm suckers. So that means that these nanotubes could actually penetrate the membrane and get into the cytoplasm within another and then suck it out. So these nanotubes that were extending beyond the perimeter of the sectorian, they were not hurled. So it's not a spear chucker. They were not impaled like a sword. It didn't pursue like a predator. They, in fact, weren't even injected. There are no hooks. They're not traps. They're just a fisherman without a hook. And what we don't see is the bait. Where's the bait? What was missing? So when we look at a microorganism like a macrophage, it seems to have some kind of bait because it attracts another foreign cell. And so in the left-hand picture, we can clearly see that the macrophage is quite large and the foreign cell is quite small. And then it's attracted to the macrophage somehow. And then it's engulfed by the macrophage. And as you can see in the third picture, well, that foreign cell is gone. It is entirely engulfed by the macrophage. So that's one way of getting rid of cells. So the two things we can conclude is that since these are single cell microbes, not all cells are the same size. But the macrophage wasn't pursuing. What is a pursuit? It's the act of following or hunting, reaching, or seeking, stalking, tracking, or trailing. So that could be the pursuit of prey. That could be the pursuit of money. That could be the pursuit of power. Could also be the pursuit of knowledge. Or as part of the American psyche, the pursuit of happiness. Isn't that what we all want? Happiness. And so I wonder if this white blood cell that is chasing this bacteria, and I mean, it's really chasing, and you have to say, well, how is this big fat white blood cell chase this tiny bacteria? And maybe someone should tell this bacteria that is being chased. Well, it knows it's being chased, and so it tries to run away. But the basic strategy, of course, is this tiny bacteria can slip through the gaps between other organisms. But the white blood cell seems to push these organisms aside like a bully and goes through that gap, widens the gap, and then eventually catches the bacteria and engulfs it. So what would seem like the chaser in this case has no capability of catching the smaller, but obviously that's not the case. And the other observation is that the bystanders are not concerned with this activity. Somehow they know that they are not going to be pursued. And somehow they know that they don't need to be involved. And what do they do as a result of this? Well, they get pushed around, don't they? And so as they get pushed around, there clearly is a gap between the bully and them. And in every instance that you look at, you can see that there is a field around each form. And that field, of course, is a maggrav. And so the external perimeter of that maggrav is magnetical. But when you look at the chaser, it's also a shapeshifter to accommodate this pattern. But it maintains its maggrav condition. It maintains the magnetical layer. And that magnetical layer, as we know that like particles repel, so the magnetical layer of the chaser is repelling the magnetical layer of the bystander. So, in essence, the magnetical layer of the bacteria should also be repelled. But somehow that is overcome. And the reason that is overcome is because the chaser has decided that this is the goal. This is the, shall we say, the pursuit of happiness. So there is a connection. And it doesn't seem to be obvious, but the connection is fulfilled with the catch. Who makes these choices? What is the basis for making these choices? And so we find that this is mitigating the condition, isn't it? Because there is a bacteria among us. And so can we say that the white blood cell has a warrior mentality? Well, does it operate in a gang? Or is it like a lone wolf? The lone gunman? And we know that the creation of a gang, a herd, or a lone wolf is a strategy of endurance. But in terms of the pursuer, in that example, when the job done, the microorganism is gone. In the form of bacteria, what we find that one bacteria as a precursor of another also facilitates mitigation. And so when we talk about this mitigation of condition, we can see that the microbes have a purpose. They are not warriors run wild. They are mitigating the condition of the environment, because clearly the elimination of that bacteria, if it is detrimental to the environment, then becomes an enhancement of the environment. we have a preoccupation with eliminating microbes. We see all microbes as bad. And the problem is when we do this, then there are no mitigating forces. And so that becomes an unmitigated disaster without microbes. What is an unmitigated disaster? It's a failure to maintain the balance. So when we look at the sectorian and the fact that it has, if you look at it differently, a star formation, and you say, well, is it a warrior or is it just a glutton? It's a gluttonous parasite, or is it a predator, or is it an invader? No, it's just a cytoplasm sucker. Well, then a couple of things we have to ask ourselves. Is it going to suck everything or just the cytoplasm? What's going to happen to the membrane? So maybe there are macrophages that will take care of the membrane after the sectorian finishes the job. But the question becomes is, have all these microorganisms surrounded the sectorian and ganged up? And so this is a gang attacking a lone wolf, or is the lone wolf attacking the gang? Well, the thing is that these other microorganisms seem to have fallen on the nanotubes. So there was an attraction force. And so if we say that the nanotubes are magnetical, and if we say that the magnetical sphere around the Magrav condition, which is the microorganism, is also negative, how is it possible to exchange that energy? And so if we understand that by surface to volume ratios that the nanotube has a higher negative charge than the membrane of the microorganism, then we find that the attraction increases, even though there's a repulsion. And since it's much more than an order of magnitude, maybe the repulsion is non-existent. But once that membrane is broken by the nanotube, the magnetical field force diminishes rapidly. And if that is the case, then the gravitational structure of the microorganism collapses. And so at that point in time, the magnetical attraction of the nanotube increases and brings the microbe closer. But what we don't see in this picture, and what we must assume, that if the desire is to suck the cytoplasm from the microorganism, because that is the goal, that is what initiated the interaction, that the membrane would no longer be desirable. And so that becomes left for some other macrophage to take care of. So that becomes the food for another. And overall, this will change the environment, won't it? Because you have the one which will suck the life out of these 4 other microorganisms. That will certainly change the pH of the environment. But it would also lead one to possibly conclude that if you look at the mass of all 5 of these microbes together, and if the guts, if you will, of the 4 microbes is sucked into the suctorian in the center, that buddy there is going to get fat. And if he doesn't expand, he's going to explode. But it doesn't seem to change the size of the field. So what does change? It must be the strength of the field. Because something has to change. So on which dimension will it change? So if it won't change on the diameter, and it won't change on the polarity, will it change on the field strength? And if it changes on the field strength, will that manifest itself into the physicality of what we see here on a microscopic level? Or will that be translated into changing of the environment? And if that is given towards the changing of the environment, then we will no longer suggest that this is a predator or a parasite or an invader. This will be a service provider. And what service will it be providing? Well, let's look at some of the services that man will provide, such as homogenization. So it's a process to make 2 mixtures of mutually non-soluble liquids the same throughout. Involves the emulsification of fat. So say oil and water don't mix, but if we emulsify the fat, then we can get this consistency. So it's a process like in terms of milk, where the fat droplets from milk are emulsified, and this prevents the cream from separating. In terms of our society, there's such a thing as making things uniform or similar, and it's called a cultural homogenization. And for some businesses, there's a fear. There's a fear of this cultural homogenization. And I have to wonder if one nation, one planet is a cultural homogenization, because if you go to another planet, you're certainly not going to say that, well, I'm from Chicago. Oh, really? And what solar system is that in? And then, of course, the discussion about Monsieur Pasteur, invited pasteurization. Now, this is an antibacterial process by which milk is heated to a specific temperature to kill harmful bacteria. Harmful bacteria, right? Which can lead to various diseases. And then, of course, there's this other reference to human fertility, which we call sterilization. But sterilization, as far as microorganisms is concerned, is a process that removes, kills, or deactivates all forms of life, particularly microorganisms. this becomes very important in our society, isn't it? Because we have to be clean, and cleanliness is next to godliness. And so this becomes not just a point of conflict, but a point of conflict resolution, isn't it? This is the way to clean things, drain the swamp, sort of. And so that effort becomes a point of containment. And it fulfills this energy binding requirement that we have for our self-serving needs. And so things that we don't like, well, we have to get rid of. And so if we don't like our neighbor, well, then we like to get rid of them. However, if we have a deficiency and our neighbor has more, then maybe we should just rob them. So this pattern of energy binding in a self-serving manner at the expense of others is what's been driving this planet. And so it creates this pH of war, shall we say, where we find that many warriors want to go to war and discover too late that they have expired. And so we look at the microbes, and is that what they're doing? Are they warriors, or are they service providers? And so when we look at the disparity between warmongers and peacemongers, we find the plasma rule, where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength, seems to create a conflict point. But in reality, this becomes the binding zone. And so that binding zone, because I think we're agreeing that bacteria are not warriors, but they go through this sequencing. And this sequencing is determined by the field strength of this binding zone. And this binding zone and its field strength is determined by the difference between the magnetical field forces of the two opposing forces. And so the attraction for the bacteria is in this binding zone, and the field force of this binding zone is changed through the activity. And we see that one bacteria is a precursor for another bacteria. In other words, the one bacteria will consume the other bacteria. But is it doing this as a eating, or is it doing this as an energy transfer? Because we find that as these sequences continue, and in nature, if we just leave it to ordinary nature, we find that in 6 weeks, bacteria that we're so preoccupied with sterilizing or pasteurizing becomes beneficial bacteria. This beneficial bacteria converts a stagnant swamp to a clean pond. And as we said, the mosquitoes like to lay their eggs in a stagnant swamp. So when we look at this bacteria, we find that we can change this rate of 6 weeks to create beneficial bacteria, and we can shorten that time through bacterial supplementation. So by harvesting a certain kind of bacteria, we can change this. And of course, to harvest it, it has to be filterable. But if we do a plasmatic supplementation, well, that's not filterable. And so what does it mean to do a plasmatic supplementation? Well, in order to process the cycle of growth in the clean pond, We have to create an environment. Do each of us have the skill set to do this? Do each of us have the physical capability to do this? Do each of us have the time to do this? What is the rate? What is the coverage? What is the field strength? And how much do you take into account? And so we find that the plasmatic supplementation, because it's at least an order of magnitude, is 10 times more. But there are many levels of plasmatic supplementation. Just in the nanolayers alone, we have thousands of layers, which implies significant orders of magnitude increases in terms of plasmatic supplementation. And so this supplementation affects the feeding and the feedback, doesn't it? If we do the proper feeding, then the feedback would be success. So the feeding is magnetical, and it creates a repulsion field. The feedback is gravitational. It creates an attraction field. And this is how we, as the last man standing, we have choices now where we can turn on and turn off the feeding, and we can increase and decrease the strength and enhance and diminish the positioning, because the stronger feeds the weaker. So it's not an adversarial point of view. It's a potentiation of strength point of view. So we see the initial potential energy as being stronger, and the final potential energy, well, of course, it's consumed and expired, so that becomes the weaker. And so as we find that all the microbes are not the same size, and each microbe is a magrav, so the atomic structure is the same. And so the name of an atom is very appropriate. It's uncut. So regardless of how small you are, what you eat is smaller. But, you know, if it's too large, then you cut it up. But interestingly enough, when cells divide, you don't bleed. In other words, the organelles grow into organs, and the body grows from childhood to adulthood. And the skin doesn't just stretch, but it grows and envelopes the whole body. And so it becomes a representation of a magrav, where the skin is magnetical and the gans inside the skin is gravitational. And there are various layers. And so we see our physical dimension as being physical and uncut physicality. But what we don't see is the y-axis transition. And what causes the splitting? And what happens as a result of that? And how do we maintain this stability? And so we find that regardless of the position, the relationships creating of a magrav are a balance between the magnetical gravitational field forces, but they're changing. And so the scientific community says, well, that changing has to do with the balance between the magnetic fields and the conservation of energy. And then, of course, spiritually speaking, that's a balance between the spirit and the soul. Well, plasmatically speaking, that's a balance of the scientific relationships And furthermore, we have to add to the knowledge to complete the 3 dimensions. So when we look at the conservation of energy, and as we said, well, one on one side is still there, and it has to still be there because when you look at the initial kinetic energy, it is bounced off by the initial potential energy. And that's on one side of the equation. On the other side of the equation, you have another 1 and another 1. Except this is 2. And this would be the final kinetic energy balanced off with the final potential energy. And so that's the law of conservation of energy. And so if we interpret this and understand that the kinetic energy is magnetical and the potential energy is gravitational, we find that the balance has to be a relationship between the magnetical gravitational field forces on one side of the equation and the magnetical and gravitational field forces on the other side of the equation. And when you have a balance of one to the other, and that creates a mag-grav condition. And so the question then becomes, is which side of the equation is magnetical and which side is gravitational? Because each side has a certain amount of representation of the magnetical and the gravitational field forces. So to balance off the magnetical gravitational on one side, there has to be an opposite gravitational magnetical balance on the other side. And then you create this mag-grav condition. And so this becomes very important because it's fundamental to the force fields of attraction. Opposites attract. So when we're talking about the splitting of the hydrogen from the hydroxyl, that each side is seeking balance. We said one side is positive and the other side is negative. So they're out of balance. And so this balance seeking is done instantaneously. And since we are all knowledge seekers, isn't that what we're seeking? We're seeking a balance in our life. And why is that? Why are we so fervently seeking? Because we're out of balance. We're all binding at the expense of others because the foundation of our knowledge is based on lies. And so in order for us to balance the lies, we have to balance it with the truth. And you know that it's real because it's balanced. So the balance creates a form. And the balance seekers are form constructors. So we find that the balancing of the condition creates a form. So the acidic condition is in fact alkaline forming. And the alkaline condition is acid forming. And so if we focus on the condition and we say, well, that condition is acidic or that condition is alkaline, but we have to change that and understand that that condition is one half of the equation. So to balance that equation, we have to balance it off with the opposite. That's what completes the attraction field forces. So if we're looking at the potentiation of balance, hey, wait a second. That means that if you're in an acidic condition, you're alkaline forming, and if you're in an alkaline condition, you're acid forming, and then all the pHs in between indicate a susceptibility of going to one or the other. And so that depends on the environment, doesn't it? So there has to be a communication. So it isn't just the two forces, there's a z-axis polarity that's involved as well. So we have the horizontal field and the vertical field, and they create this spherical field. And something is always something as opposed to being something else. And there's no such thing as a garbage field. There's no place to check in your garbage, and there's no way to throw it. So when we look at the pH of locust swarms, and they're saying, well, this is a party. And the farmer says, oh, no, this is a disaster. And so once that is complete, then the question is the next party a disaster waiting to happen? And how do we choose that party? Well, it all depends on the balance of its force fields, doesn't it? So we find that life on this planet has a gravitational confirmation of the need for oxygen. So not only is it part of the water, but it's part of the air that we breathe. And it has a specific color spectrum, which is the fingerprint of its signature. And it too has a gravitational confirmation of the interaction of the magnetical interaction of the fields from the sun and from the earth. And what does it bring? And why does it bring it here? And that would be because of the energy coming from the universe, which also is supplying a magnetical field force. And the combination of three magnetical field forces give us this gravitational confirmation of this oxygen spectrum. So these become part of life's lessons. So we see that the amino acid in a plasmatic condition is the connection to the soul of the creator, isn't it? And so life becomes the preservation of magnetical fields. And interestingly enough, Louis Pasteur apologized to humanity on his deathbed. But he absolutely refused to apologize to Béchamp. And since then, humanity has ignored Pasteur's apology and therefore has ignored Béchamp's microzymas. And so we have always been dependent on this feedback summary where we just see the light, hear the sound, feel the heat, the pressure. We are attracted to the luster, the superficiality, and the individual laminar containment. And so all of this becomes part of the x-axis and the y-axis transition dimensions. And man is dominant in his range deviation in the physicality. And we find that there are no microbes in outer space. I wonder why that is. Do you think the microbes are quarantined? They're restricted to our environment here? Because of the service that they're providing? Because humanity is quarantined in the Earth-space spherical z-axis transition form artifact, often referred to as life. because without these microbes, certain functions in our body would not be possible, and we'll discuss that next week. Because we are feedback dominant, and that feedback domination comes from the matter state. But the matter state has an interaction of the physical state and the plasmatic state. But it's still the matter state. And we know this because we have all these elements, and each one is more dense than the other. And they make up all the details of our Earth space. And since our Earth space is our home, then there has to be an attraction, and which means the details of our Earth space are likewise our details. And our existence on this planet has to be in balance. Otherwise, we won't be on this Earth space. And yet, in our pursuit of happiness, we want to exchange that for gold. And we know that not all gold diggers are men. And yet here we are in the plasma science able, in the post-Sanya conference era of 2024, able to generate gold GANs. And if you're able to generate gold GANs and sell it at the price of gold, then all financial considerations are taken care of. But then you're not mining for the gold. You're deceiving in an energy binding format at the expense of others. This is the part that the gold diggers are missing. So when we look at the transmission spectrum, we find that there's a non-visible microbial spectrum. And this facilitates the transition of the visible transmission spectrums. So we can see that there's a spectrum to spectrum susceptibility, but there's also a surface superficiality and an internal substance. The internal substance is based on the plasma substrate, and the superficiality is represented in terms of our physicality. So wherever we're discussing is a point of containment. And so our immediate reference is the visible color spectrum. But every containment is a balance between the gravitational and magnetical force fields. And so that susceptibility determines its positioning, but not only in relation to itself, not only in relation to its environment, but in relation to one step beyond the gravitational, beyond the magnetical, because it involves the Maggrav condition of another field. So we find that this Z-axis transition dimension is dependent on communication. And our communication antenna has to stay within the range transition. So we understand that the release of binding energy precedes the retrieval of beneficial energy. The field release precedes the field capture, and the giving precedes the taking. The emission precedes the absorption. So motion itself cannot exist without coexistence, because motion is a product of existence. Motion and coexistence reside in both matter states. And so we are deciding in the lowest physical dominant state to tune in. And we need to understand that the plasma dominant tuning precedes that. So when we talk about the range transition by nearness and proximity, we're talking about the interaction of the X and Y axis, not distance. This facilitates the Z-axis transition dimension, which is non-man space-centric, nor is it Earth space-centric. And it's not even the sun space-centric. It is a field of containment. It is dimension-centric. It is proximity-centric, and it is pressure-centric. These three are part of the transmission dimensions, and they're not the message. This is how the message is contained. And so the question then becomes is which transition dimension is the folding deviation and what causes it? And so when we look at quarks and I Ching and DNA and historical and transgenerational effects, these are all blueprints for energy transfer to matter state. And they're undifferentiated because there are no rules in extrapolation from the past to the future. We're talking about the presence. And the present is in an uncut, differentiated state. And so the microbes facilitate field balancing in this present state. This is the blueprint state. It's part of the uncut physicality, the atom, the monatomic nanostructure, GANS, plasma state, field state, and universal state. And I say, well, how do these microbes facilitate everything if they are quarantined from the universal community? Because in order for us to entertain the universal community, we have to be in a balanced state. We cannot be warmongers. We have to take into account the new atomic math, where the neutron mass equals not only the proton and electron mass, but the mass of the p-entics coming from the universe, plus the total mass of the matter, antimatter, and dark matter. And that facilitates our balance and positioning. The totality is achieved through this energy level balancing, and the microbes are facilitating that. And if we don't get our act straight, we will never be able to leave this earth space the way it is intended. So when we're targeting outer space, we have to understand that we have to be in balance with the reality dimension, the peacefulness of the universe that would allow us to travel from one gravitational space to some other gravitational space. And we have these choices. And the reason we have these choices is because there are facilitators that facilitate this plasma shift. And we are part of that. And we know that we're part of that because we were born, and we weren't born without purpose. So do you have to know the details of all of these individual energy states? Or do we have to understand that there's an interactive energy transfer state and it facilitates our motion from the physical to the matter state, the dark matter, and the plasma matter? So the purpose of our communication is to do the message feeding and the feedback message. And we need that antenna to be up so that we can manifest this transition, this transmission tuning transition, where the selection of one force is magnetical and balanced by the force selection of another gravitational force. So the resulting selections feed the MAGRAV manifestation. So the selection manifestation is predetermined by choosing the peace dome of intention. And the range transition affects the standard folding deviation, leaves no room for war. So our Z-axis transition is balanced to and from the peace dome. And we didn't say which environment. It's a plasma balance where the knowledge and wisdom can give you a deeper insight. So of course the experience will change a man's perspective, but it allows us to reflect on life. So we see that misconduct becomes harder to rationalize, and the historical reference becomes meaningless because the pH balance is seeking, and seeking becomes a polar balance, and the polar balance becomes a plasma balance, which is uncut. And so when we look at the pH of the MAGRAV, we see that there are many points on the perspective scale of this MAGRAV, and that gives us the uniqueness of life. So it is not just a linear North Pole, but there are two poles. It's a two-way street. And on each street, there are many points on the polar scale. And as we see with the linear pH of motors and how they can be unfolded, we find that our blue planet is turning red because of all the bloodletting, and it's affecting the pH of this planet. And regardless of whatever we do, when the soldiers leave, the flowers will grow. And the reason that will happen is not only because of the microbes that are balancing the field forces on this planet, but is because of the indomitable spirit of the universal forces. Which are represented on the pH of peace. This is how we can transition the various potentiation layers. And so we are past the first transmutation test, and we have 3 more to go every 3rd Friday of the month. And it changes things. Oh yes, it changes things. And how do we know that? Because there's some people who are involved with suppressing the technology, and then there's others who are interested in researching the technologies. And the difference is the self-serving needs of the binding energy. And the binding energy could be a small scheme or a large scheme, and we can make choices because we're in the post-March 15th era of 2024, where we can make a new selection process between the bountiful space of our Earth space and the transmutation space of outer space, granting us the peacefulness and the graceful space of our inner space, that greater oneness that transcends the limitations of nuclear science and takes off the limitations that we have with the plasma science. We've been sharing that with all the knowledge seekers around the world in our workshops, of which we've just completed 548 Thursdays in a row. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. So welcome all the beautiful knowledge seekers who are learning about this new selection process of the new plasma science. But it requires a world peace treaty, and there are many ways to sign it. But you have to sign it with sincerity. What causes the transition of the z-axis dimension? Is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? And we're looking for heaven. Can we find it through the field transition? Can we go into outer space without a peace dome? Well, we find that microbes cannot transition dimensions of history. They work here in the presence to facilitate a balancing. The time has come to clean our dirty, physical, spherical transmission dimensions. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the peace dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this class. I hope you all enjoyed the trip. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Alex, again for sharing so much knowledge. I'm glad we don't have to know every detail about this, but again, the intentions and emotions can control the craft or control a lot of things within our own reactors. I think you're heading towards Nobel Prize status. Are you ready to award yourself?
Sure, why not?
Right, it's for every man for himself. And again, gaining these understandings in a deeper and deeper way, I think, again, we'll all be Nobel Prize laureates in so many ways. Before Saeed leaves, I know he had put a question in the Q&A. Hello, Mark. Will there be borders in plasmatic age? Alex, do you want to address that? I think they're up and coming. There's going to be more borders as the states within the United States become nations, and China is in a way broken up, and some other, perhaps Brazil. So we may have more borders than less, at least in the transition time, which he said could be anywhere from 10 to 15 years. But please, someone else address it. Yes.
Well, this is an important point because it can be a form of shock therapy for a lot of people because, you know, everyone reacts differently. When I found out, I was seriously angry. And you can understand the anger because it isn't the lack of knowledge. It isn't the wrong knowledge. It's the deception. It's the willful and skillful deception. So that deception has been well-founded in trust. And when that trust becomes violated, that trust is worth more than money. And so if you were to lose some money, that would hurt. But if you lose trust, now you've lost something that is hurtful, and it really, you know, shakes you to your core. And you say, well, is all of humanity like this? And you lose your faith in humanity. And when you lose your faith in humanity, then you lose in the decision that you made to be born. You were born with trust. You were born willingly and happily and with a purpose. So to entrench this trust in a very stable gravitational manner, then we have to harmonize our environment to make it conducive to allow that to happen. So we become the microbes on this planet to facilitate the balancing of this planet. And where the balancing comes in, we don't have to tell the microbes what to do. They know how to take care of business. We're the ones who have the problem. Why? Because we're the ones who created the problem. And why? Well, because of our lack of understanding. And so it isn't enough just to say, well, this is the answer. You have to experience it, you have to absorb it, you have to become part of it. And that takes time because different people progress at a different rate. And so there has to be an allowance, a gracefulness to not say, well, you know what, we're just going to pull the rug out from under you and you can crash and burn wherever, you fall. That is not the way the plasma science should be delivered, because the means justifies the end. And harsh means gives a harsh end. A graceful means gives a graceful end. And that's what the Keshe Foundation is all about. Back to you.
Right, and that nobody gets abused due to a lack of knowledge, as Mr. Keshe had said. But it's going to take, I think he used 5 longs. It's going to take a long time for this process in a way. Hopefully we can shorten it, but I think it's a step-by-step procedure. We'll see. But yes, so no one gets abused due to a lack of knowledge, and this is what happens to all of us. So this is part of the Keshe Foundation elevation of humanity, and that applies across the board to wellness and the religions and travel and understanding our structure.
And if I may add,
Please.
those who are abused now have, shall we say, a different strategy available. And those who do the abuse have an awareness of the consequences of that. Because one of the benefits of living in the physical reality is the delay in consequences. So the transmutation to the soul state, if you will, eliminates those delay in consequences because it's in a zero time transition. So the souls know what's coming. And so there will be a phenomenal resistance for those who are dysfunctional to remain dysfunctional. But those who are seeking an alternative, they will have a gravitational transition come at a much faster rate because it'll be welcome. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, great. Let's see if anyone in the participants would like to say anything or make a comment or ask a question or bring a story and share with us.
Hi, Mark. Hi, Alex.
Hello, Selena.
Did anyone contact with Mochtech within 2 weeks?
Yes, I heard yesterday that someone had made contact, so apparently the system has been restored there in Bengali.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
So-
quite a while. I was missing him. He hadn't come into the One Planet, One Nation for a while. I think since the 17th, maybe.
Yeah, there is having a protest and a lot of stuff happening there. I didn't contact my family like 2 weeks, and then yesterday I contact, and maybe I'm gonna call tonight again to Mashfaq in Bangladesh. Maybe.
Tell them we said hello from the American Knowledge Team, please.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff happening. So you know the stuff happening over there, right?
I'm not familiar. All I knew there was an outage, and I talked to someone
No,
there
no.
who, no?
There, the student, they're having a protest like
Oh, I see.
for the quota. Do you know quota? The governmental job, they keep some job separate for the people. So those kinds of stuff there, that's over there is no job, you know. The lot of children, they get educated, and then after the education they don't get job. The government almost 3-4 items, they keep the 56% job for those, they reserve those job for the others, and then the children doesn't get any job. So they're protesting for that. It's for, I think so, the 1971 when Bangladesh get freedom from Pakistan. That were those for those people who freedom fighter, and then their third generation right now is having 33 or 33% jobs. So the student one, they're saying it is almost 3 generation, so we don't have to keep that much at that much percent, 30% or 33%. It's too much. Maybe 10% is 5 to 10% is okay, but government doesn't want to hear, so they open fire to the student, the police and army, everything is there, and a lot of people die there. A lot of people, not people, the students, young children, and brilliant children who are in the Dhaka University. The university is very exceptional. The good children, the best children goes there. So they protesting first, and then whole country is right now protesting. Government doing a lot of stuff. The curfew there, no internet, no phone call, nothing was there. So everybody was worried. Now little bit we can connect. Yesterday I saw little bit connection. So, but not fully. Internet is open, not like before. So we are worried about everything. We don't know the end situation, but we hope the best.
So that's what everything happened because of a protest over employment.
Yeah.
Getting a job.
Yeah.
After graduation.
Yeah. And then government did that. They're corrupt. They keep the job. The government keep the job for their people. Their people, and the government is very corrupt. This time when she came, she was very. She's too much. She is very corrupt right now. So.
Okay, you're saying the leader is a woman?
Now, yeah, she's a woman.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know the details about that whole situation other than the internet was lost and there was corruption. That's the only thing I was told.
A lot of people die there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're worried about that. Everybody is worried. So let's see. What is the end? Who knows?
Well, we elevate the soul of the nation. Again, this is the abilities we have within all of us to see souls in need or nations in need and work on that manner.
Yeah,
of
yeah,
sending energies. We can't fly there. We couldn't even get into the country. We'd never get a visa, but we can touch through this mother connection of the creator within all of us and within that country as well.
yeah,
So this is the work we can do quietly in the background. We don't have to broadcast it, and we can touch and reach them for the change.
yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to bring something up?
Me again.
Who's this? The Nobel Prize winner?
Oh, please.
I was going to ask you, Alex, I sort of missed, did you say Pasteur apologized to humanity on his deathbed, but he wouldn't apologize to another scientist?
Yes.
What was the reason for the apology again? Again, a world-renowned, probably a Nobel Prize winner, Pasteur?
Yes, he believed that illness comes from without.
Oh, okay.
And
So this was the apology.
Yes. When there was an experiment done with cancerous tissue, and so and let's say that it was skin cancer, and you know how you can graft a leaf of one plant and graft it onto another plant and get it to anchor and grow at that point. And so they were trying to do that with cancer. And so they took a cancerous tumor and decided to graft it onto a person who already had cancer. And in a second experiment, grafted onto the skin of a person who didn't have cancer.
Okay.
And they wanted to compare the results there. And what they determined was that the person who had cancer, let's say, lung cancer, something else, developed skin cancer. And the person who was healthy, the cancerous tumor didn't take hold. And the outcome of that particular experiment proved that cancer is not a communicable disease. So when they're looking for a cause of cancer, it isn't something that is, shall we say, socially transmitted in the physical form. But what we found in the plasma science is that it is in a psychosomatic form. And so is the psychosomatic condition a physical condition? Psychosomatic condition is an emotional condition, and the emotional condition affects the physical condition. And I wanted to reference again Claudia's comment with respect to the physicality, and to understand that the clinging to the emotional condition and having emotion of that is part of the attachment that we have. And in order to alleviate the stresses, we have to detach ourselves. Now, the detachment from the physical emotion does not mean that the physical emotion is bad. The bad emotion stemming from the physicality creates a condition that facilitates a psychosomatic condition of poor health. And that actually facilitates stress. But stress on its own does not create an unhealthy condition, because stress is annealing. It's a hardening, a stabilizing. It is a teaching tool to show you how things work. So if you surround yourself with people who can't handle the stressful situation, and you can handle the stressful situation, you could easily be overwhelmed by all these other people. And therefore you become, shall we say, engulfed in this stressful situation. But in a stressful situation, you don't have time to panic. You have to deal with that stressful situation. And so someone who is experienced will hopefully know how to deal with it, or have the experience to rationalize how to deal with it. And to understand that the emotional experience in the physical state and the emotional experience in the plasmatic state are two different emotions. So is there a judgment to say, well, the plasmatic emotional state, is better than the physical emotional state? No, not really. What is the judgment is that the plasmatic emotional state is from a stronger field state, and the emotional field state in the physicality is in the weaker. But one of the joys of being in the physical state is the emotional, shall we say, satisfaction that we get from being in that state. So there's two ways to look, when it's raining. So someone may say, oh, what a lousy day, it's raining. And, a farmer who's dependent on the environment may say, oh, what a great day, it's raining and providing nourishment for my crop. So it's the same day, but one point of view says it's a bad day, the other says it's a good day. And so it's a change in a point of view. But what's really important is to understand that we are in heaven. There's not a place to go to say, we can't wait to go to heaven. That heaven is within our emotional state. And that emotional state is within us. That's part of our inner space. And so if that emotional state in our inner space is in harmony, then, at that point in time, we are in heaven. And it's not a matter of looking through rose-colored sunglasses. It is to understand that this earth space is heaven, because that is the intention of the Creator. And so things that we're doing that is not in harmony with the earth space is contributing to the malaise and the unhealthy environment that we have. And since we are part of the environment and you can't extricate yourself from the environment, there is no place to go. Okay, wherever you go, you are sharing that environment with others. So we find that our viciousness, our warmongering transcends even to the microbes. But we are aggressive in terms of wanting to steal our energy binding energy from others, whereas the microbes are busy stealing the energy binding needs to balance off. So it appears on the surface that it's the same characteristic, but it's a different point of view of the same action, just like the perception with respect to rain. So the physical emotion is not a bad thing to have. It's the attachment to that physical emotion and understand the relationship and the effect that it has. And since if you are in an environment where everybody is stealing from you, then you have to set up a barrier to prevent that. And you cannot leak and have an effective barrier. The leakage means that there's an opening in the barrier, and any leakage, it doesn't matter how good the barrier is still going to be a leakage. So, we see this with a hole in the hull of a boat. Doesn't matter how big the boat is, and doesn't matter how small the hole is. If the boat is leaking, it's leaking, and that's the point. So if we want a solid barrier, we have to detach ourselves from the leaking activity. And this was a harsh lesson for me to learn, because I had a lot of faith in a lot of the things that constituted our social structure. And when I found out that that social structure was based on a bunch of lies, and that these lies were not just misinformation, but a willingness and skillfulness in terms of its deception, and I was the target. And I said, oh, and the question comes in, who decides who's the target? Who decides who is the shooter? And when is the shooter shooting at the target finished being the shooter and becomes the target himself? And this is what the soldiers of fortune don't understand. Their motivation is based solely on money, not loyalty. The loyalty extends to the bank account and no further. So in that case, if we change the bank account, we can change the loyalty. And so this becomes a mode of operation. And it's obvious. So you can't hang your hat on that. That is not gravitationally stable. So why are you even entertaining that? Oh, because there's a chance. There's a chance we could be wealthy. The pursuit of money. Well, in the pursuit of money, we forget the most important thing, and that's the pursuit of truth. Because with the pursuit of truth, you achieve happiness. And that's the American way of life. That is the foundation of the Constitution of the United States. And this is one of the reasons that the United States is so attractive. But it has been, how shall we say, it has changed its attitude. And this is unfortunate. So it needs a correction, because it's limiting our growth. It's limiting our expansion. The life, liberty, and happiness is curtailed, and that is limiting our plasmatic experience, because our plasmatic experience extends beyond the physicality of this planet. And so it would really be wrong to say that, the emotions attached to our physicality are bad. It's the interpretation for some and the effect that it has on others. And so we need to shield ourselves in that regard. And in order to shield ourselves, we have to stop leaking and detach ourselves from this physical emotion and understand that it's the plasmatic emotion which dictates. And that will guide us, because that guide is our soul, and that soul is within us. And that soul is our best friend, because that soul is us. And you wouldn't lie to yourself because you know the truth. And if you don't believe that, well, then you're deceiving yourself. And that is very sad. So let's remember that, we have heaven on earth, and we should view it that way and pray for the souls of others who are misguided. Back to you, Mark.
So be careful of the big microphage that's trying to engulf you, but we'll get back to that in a minute. If anyone has a picture of...
Did you say microphage?
Yes. Or macrophage. If anyone has a picture of the original Oasis system, maybe we can share that, because I'm going to close out with Remember the Oasis system, and this is what Mr. Keshe is creating on this YouTube channel and what will be shown. But these are just the beginning steps. So if you have a picture, hold it and maybe we can discuss it. Anyone else have a thought or a comment or a question? And they can be rather simple, like my questions are. It doesn't have to be anything extraordinary.
Mark,
Yes.
can I repeat one of my old experience again?
Sure. If you think it's appropriate, fine.
Okay. So I don't know how long ago I told, I think so, few times in Bangalore teaching and your teaching, and so it was like that. I was I don't know. It felt like I was dreaming whole night. And at the morning when I woke up, it happened sometimes, right? A lot of time, it feel like I dreamed whole night, but I didn't sleep. But I went somewhere. I don't remember where. So those kinds of feelings. So when I woke up at the morning, and I sat in the bed, and then when I opened my eyes, I saw my feet. I was so happy. It was so
When you
peaceful.
opened your eyes, Selena, you said you saw your feet and you were so happy. Okay.
Yeah, it felt like the most beautiful feet I have, and then it felt like I never had my feet a long time, like thousand years. This is the first time I'm seeing my feet, and it is beautiful more than anything. It is so beautiful, and I was feeling so peaceful. I can explain. I had a lot of stuff in my life, right? I am not a young child. I'm middle-aged woman, right? So in this my life, I had a lot of experience. I get a lot of stuff. I never felt like that. Those kinds of peacefulness, and it is beautiful. And then I was paralyzed seeing my beauty. Though I can move. I was sitting there, but I'm not moving. I can't moving. I couldn't moving. So I was looking here and there, like a long time. I was sitting in the bed, and then after that I woke up, went to the bathroom and doing stuff, everything. 2 hours. That feelings with me. It is more than it is there is no there is no sentence I can explain. It was so beautiful. It was so peaceful. I can say, like, in that time, if the big car or anything hit me, or I didn't feel anything, like, if I don't have any food, I don't have any clothes, and if I have nothing, still I am happy. I am peaceful. I am like a heaven. I'm in heaven. I felt like that. And I felt whole night I was somewhere else, those kinds of places, and came to the morning in my bed. So, and I'm beautiful. So all, if I count total thing, maybe I was in heaven, and I brought the emotion in my earthly life in here, and I felt that in my physical body and my soul in that time. So it was the thing. And I'm saying right now this thing because I felt the emotion. I know when we are in higher elevated situation, higher elevated mode, that time what is feel, how we feel. I felt that thing. And now with the question in our everyday physical life, we have to face a lot of stuff, right? There is a lot of things happening around us. And if I keep that feelings right now in my heart, and if I get something in my physical body right now, like my around is not suitable or happening something, should I keep my that feelings, the peaceful feelings in my heart, and keep paralyzed, or somebody really hit me or really doing something, so I'm not gonna protect myself? So that is the question. What should I do in that situation? I think, because my experience, I understood, yeah, I should keep my emotion, my feelings inside me peaceful. But in my physical body, if something happened, I have to protect my body. And I have to keep my environment safe. With two, we can make something. Keeping one thing and losing another thing, we're not gonna go that much far. We have to keep both in balance, both in safe and both in peaceful. So we have to work for both sides, not one side. It is my understanding, and that's why I tell. And I don't know how good I explain, but you understand what I'm trying to say. That's it.
Yes,
Thank
and
you.
we heard this from a number of people that went through the transmutation sessions, that they felt an amazing amount of peacefulness and balance. And I think you experienced the emotion of observing your own beauty and grace of your creation. And this is very, very nice story.
Thank you. But my final word is we should keep both safe, both sides safe and peaceful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Selena.
Anyone else want to bring a thought, an idea, a question, or an exception to what was discussed today? Feel free.
I just want to take a moment to thank everybody for allowing me to continue making these presentations. I hope you enjoy them, and I'm looking forward to next week. And Thanks, Mark and everybody. And I'm going to withdraw in the background.
Well, just
Thank
a
you,
moment.
Alex.
Just a moment. What about this macrophage? And you said it had no bait. And I was thinking of the macrophage as sort of the structure that we, in a way, get co-opted into, or these fields surround us and we can't seem to get out of the structure field. But the bacteria, you said the macrophage doesn't have any bait. Is it using a magnetic field to attract the bacteria? Is this what's going on, or is this something plasmatic happening where it doesn't have any physical bait, but I'm thinking of the egg and the sperm. And even if you have 100 million sperm, if the last one coming, it could be the very, very last one, but it has the magnetical gravitational key to enter the egg, even though 100 million have gone before it and failed. Is this the same in a way with the bacteria? It's attracted by a certain magnetic gravitational field created by this larger structure and gets co-opted or surrounded by it. Alex?
Yes, so that would be a very a very good description. And what really proves this is first of all that there is an attraction. So why would one bacteria be attracted? Well, it obviously doesn't know the result of that attraction, right?
Right. And that's what I was saying about getting co-opted in the structure. We don't always realize what we're getting into there by linking to those fields and not creating, in a way, a balance field.
But if you see that one is chasing another, then and you don't have the sense of fear, there must be some kind of communication to tell you, well, you're not the one being chased. And imagine halfway through the chase, the chaser says, oh, I can't catch this guy, I'm tired. Oh, you're convenient, I'll catch you instead. Well, there's a persistence in the chase. There's a specificity in the chase, and it's determined to catch, and it does, without harming anything else. So, is it actually a invader? Is it a attacker, or is it a service provider? Because obviously it has satisfied its need to, that it began the chase and then completed the chase, and no other bystanders were hurt in the process. There was no such thing as collateral damage. I don't want to go into that subject.
Right. It sounds like it's trying to create a balanced condition.
Yeah.
Within the structure that it's existing in. Anyone else have a question? I do have one more, Alex, if you'd like to. The speed of light, Einstein was saying we could never reach the speed of light, we could approach it. But anyway, now we're understanding from the Keshe Foundation that light is actually one of the slowest speeds in the entire universe, this collection of beamtics and what have you. Do you want to share anything about light as a photon or light as a particle? I think Mr. Keshe said we could look at it both ways. Alex, is that something you'd want to address? About seeing light as a photon or seeing light as a particle?
Well, yes, I was actually hoping to save that for another class, but you brought it up here, and it's an excellent point, something we need to understand.
We can review it the next time as well. Don't feel shy about that. As Rick said, let's go back to basics.
Okay, so the point with respect to the light is that in order to be visible, it has to be in the visible spectrum. And so when it's in the visible spectrum, then it is physical. That the colors are physical. But we have different colors. And so we interpret these colors as being different speeds. You know, we've introduced refraction, for instance, the way light travels through air or the way light travels through water, and we see the difference, and we see the bending of the light, and we say, oh, well, in the more denser medium, the light is slower. But, you know, in the reality, the light is following in the denser medium is following a longer path. So if it's a longer path, it's certainly going to be take longer if it's the same speed. So the only way it can take the same, it can have a longer path and remain constant. It has to have a faster speed. Well, that's not the case. The speed of light is a constant transmission. So the point of the matter is the density. So if the gravitation seeks density, and the color of the light is differentiated by the density. So when we look at the cover of book number 2, and you say, well, it's the structure of the light. So the structure of the light is the physical manifestation of those energy fields. And so we determine that, well, there's a wave-particle duality. So because of the interaction of the wavelength and the frequency, we say, okay, well, that's part of the wave part. But then there's a particle part. And yes, there is, because there is a way for us to go from one maggrav to another. And it isn't just in outer space. It is at all space, which is to say, in between space and microspace, you know, even the space in between the macrophage and the bacteria that it's chasing. So in order to do that, it has to be contained. It has to be self-contained. And the way it's self-contained is as a particle. And so when it's self-contained as a particle, it has to be in balance with itself. It has to be in a maggrav condition. It is from that maggrav condition that it does the giving and the taking. And the giving and the taking is negative or positive. So the light itself is obviously positive. So the giving and the taking indicates the direction of the motion. Which way is it giving? Which way is it taking? And if we understand that there has to be a balance, so then that light coming in has to be balanced with the light coming out. But the light in physicality is a manifestation of energy. So if the light is a physical manifestation, then there's a difference between the physical light and the plasma light. But this is where we also run into some problems, because we know that we can see an aura. And the aura and the light from the sun and the manifestation of color are different in different ways. So it isn't just the color. The color is not the factor. What is the factor is the manifestation of the energy in some kind of form. And so the light that we see is a form artifact of the energy in motion. And the light that we don't see is energy in motion. And the form artifact is the manifestation of the energy state.
Great. I
Okay.
look forward
You
to
think
your,
about that.
yeah,
Hmm?
great. I look forward to your next teaching on light and understanding more of it. But as we understand, this light is one of the slowest speeds in the universe as opposed to what has been taught, that we could never approach it. It's actually one of the slower speeds.
Well, let's understand that the physicality is the lowest energy state. And so the factors that are manifest within the physicality, whether they are in a non-tangible or tangible format, are part of the slowest energy state. Let me just pull up this other thing, because if we just determine that light has to do with frequency and wavelength, well, if we look at, X-rays are not visible, gamma rays are not visible, neither are radio waves, but they are part of the physical state. Okay, so what we can say is that the visible color spectrum is part of the tangible state, because we could see that. These other waves, so they have the same characteristics as light, except that they're not visible. So we can't say that they are not light. They are light, because the constituents of light is a relationship of wavelength and frequency. So what we can say is that this point of containment within the electromagnetic spectrum is the lowest energy state. And within this lowest energy state, we can have different frequencies and different wavelengths. And so the balance between, and what I've been saying as part of the transition series, if we have an energy in the radio frequency, and so that has a relationship with the wavelength in the radio frequency, it would have to be balanced if it was in the electromagnetic spectrum by some other ray. And that could be an X-ray, or it could be a gamma ray. And say, why is that true? And the reason it's true is because of the law of conservation of energy, to balance off the fields. So wherever you are on this electromagnetic spectrum, there is a position. And wherever you are in that position, you are in a Maggrav condition, which is a balance of the gravitational magnetical force fields. However, to maintain on the electromagnetic spectrum, there has to be a balance between the one position and another position on that electromagnetic spectrum. And so the question comes in is, what happens if you are transitioning to a different transmission spectrum? Will there still be the balance? And the answer is yes. Thanks, Mark.
Yes, gee, I wonder why my science teacher in school never put it this way. Okay, did anyone find the original Oasis picture? If not, well, I have it somewhere, but I just couldn't pull it up at this point in time. But we do want to thank everyone for being here and continue to move forward. I'm just going to share the screen for a moment. Okay, I think this is it. And again, thank you all for giving up a piece of your life in a way to be here, but hopefully we're learning more. And again, there's a reason for all of this. And hopefully you're proud of the work you do, and you're proud of the person you are, and you're proud of the difference you make. And of course, taking the 3 wise men along with you every day, every minute of every day, if you can, makes the journey a lot more peaceful, a lot easier, and creates a balance within your own structure that then you can hopefully transmit to the others, or create another beautiful atmosphere as you breathe 12 times a minute or 20 times a minute, and improve the atmosphere of this planet with your plasmatic CO2. So thank you all for sharing and being here and bringing the change. I'm going to play Remember the Oasis System, and then the final disclaimer. Would anyone like to express anything before we leave? Thank you to the creators of the different transcripts we have in the different chats. Again, it's a phenomenal piece of work that's being done, and we can open it up as we continue to do more and more when we can actually see the words. And these transcripts are quite accurate these days. So most of the words are covered, although it's still has a few percent to go to be a perfect job, but I think it's perfect as it is. And we just overlook a couple of the small errors. So that was a beautiful work, and it's helped, I think, elevate us in a way that we can actually read through these transcripts. Sometimes Mr. Keshe's words get sort of soft, or we don't quite understand it, but reading through it makes it much easier. So thank you to the transcribing systems that we have and those who operate it. Any other thoughts, questions, comments? Or I will replay. This is about an 8-minute video. You remember the Oasis system. And this is what Mr. Keshe said about food, shelter, energy, and the rest. But this is what's being done in the system that's going to be shown on YouTube. This is the first steps, he said, in creating the Oasis system. Thank you all for joining us. Have an amazing rest of your day. And we'll see you in one of the future meetings. Thank you all.
This system can be reduced to the size of a shoebox, and will create the same thing. You remember the Oasis system, which we put out 20 years ago? This is the beginning, the outset of the fully operating Oasis system. Shelter, food, energy, travel, health, everything within one system which is sitting in front of you. Any other question?
Yes, we have 3 hands up here with Azar and Galina and Gatwa. So Azar, would you like to go first, please?
Good morning, Rick. Thank you, Rick. Good morning, Mr. Keshe. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Keshe, today, what you're talking about it was 2 weeks ago that you said you went to a couple of high-ranked scientists, and you know, you used to go with all the theory, I mean, all the information you had. There was nothing substantial they wouldn't accept, but this time you went with complete product. Like, for example, you, if you have a, you went with a cake and you said, this is a cake, you should eat it. That's how it's made. We used to make the cake with the sugar, flour, and vanilla, eggs. And now these balls that held the sugar, flour cake, they're empty balls, but I made the cake for you. You can eat it, you can taste it. And since they don't understand it, they dismiss you. But why we have to be a slave to them? If we have the system, we have the system that you created, that is a gas unit. You can create gas out of nothing.
We are not.
Mr. Keshe, hold on a second. If we give this gas unit or anything we create to every household, you really all these high-ranking scientists, they have a boss. Their boss is a politician. When every household has a gas unit that doesn't need the gas from government, they're gonna grab these scientists and say, why didn't you understand it? Now I have my gas worth nothing, my oil worth nothing. So why can't we do that?
A Secret Service guy told me recently, they don't even know if they want to kill you with your gas unit. You've entered the world of energy, which is so lucrative. We haven't entered the world of energy. We create the energy from the field of the universe. We don't go to get approval. All the scientists we meet, we sit to teach. I don't need anybody to approve. When they go there, I teach them, and then they have to assess what I say, because of they don't. I said to them many times, if you've been with me in meetings, I say, how can you ask a man to give you the judgment on the French cooking when he has never even had a, let's say, a croissant? These people have no knowledge. How can they pass a judgment on the thing? We go to these meetings to teach them, to tell them what is coming, what is there. We're not going there to ask them to approve it. They think they have to approve it because they know they have no position. We went last year to the highest academician in the China gas in Beijing. We took the systems to them. We took our gas meter. They didn't accept it. They brought their gas meter. We went into their most advanced laboratory. You know what the guy did? The guy took a leg and ran. I don't understand this. I said, you don't need to understand. The system gives you gas. Your system calls you the gas. I don't understand. I cannot accept it. Because his position as a leading Chinese academician was not valid anymore. We took the material to the most highest, two highest. The guy is the President of China swears on him. He is so advanced. He's the man who controls, understands rare earth materials, and he is God. He sat in front of me with another woman, which were appointed by Chinese military, with two generals. There, with the presence of 3 Chinese generals, we went to the mountains. We created material in the mountains, 32 materials. They tested in their labs, not ours, nothing to do with us. They came back with a report, what materials they have found are created in open space. The academician, the first 5 minutes sat on the table, came with, no, this is lie, this cannot be, this is all lies. After 2 months of testing. Then they're evaluating the material. They went to him. He refused to meet. He said, this is a technology I don't understand. It doesn't exist. They said the material we collected. We don't go to teach, we go to show to increase their knowledge, but they have no control in anything. And the only thing is the knowledge is getting used and it's getting applied in different way with the different names. But that was the purpose we all pattern opened it. I don't go to get approval from no one because they don't, how can they approve something they don't understand?
That's what I'm saying. I say we don't need the approval, and then we can provide everybody with that, and then we don't need the government.
You have to understand the game is not a gas. The game is a space technology. We could have released the production of these things years ago. The whole purpose is to change the space technology, which changes a lot of other things next to it automatically. We are not here to govern. We are here to bring a new governance to every individual man how to govern himself. And that's the key.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.